Ignition sequence start. 3, 2, 1.
Houston, we have a problem.
Liftoff. We have a liftoff. We copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to turn blue.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
What's going on, everyone? It's Sharon from Jeranism back with yet another live video for you. It is Sunday. That means it's usually time for Globebusters. Yes, we are a little bit late. That is mostly my fault. I was trying to reach out and see who exactly would be on the show today and didn't know, and then I just had to do the one thing that, reminds me of Ghostbusters, which was who are you going to call? All I had to do was make the call, and then we had a bunch of people answer that call. They saw the spotlight in the sky. They saw the bat signal or the flat signal. Oh, man, that's great. Flat signal. I like it. Flatline. This is awesome. So we had a bunch of people respond. First and foremost, we had the best voice in Flat Earth, Karen B. Karen, thank you for answering the call.
You are most welcome, Jaren. Thanks for having me.
Anytime. We also had answering the call. The flat signal was Steve from Spacebusters. Steve, what's going on?
Well, the Earth is flat. What's on the bottom of it, I don't know, but it's flat.
But wouldn't we all fall off the edge? Come on.
I'm happy to be here. Thanks for having me last minute. Great.
Awesome. Glad that you answered the call. We also have, and just so people know, good news about Globebusters is that I did hear from Bob that our strike was removed, so that is step one in having Globebusters come back to the Globebusters channel in all its great glory and wonderfulness. Step two is having Bob take the show back over from me, which is much anticipated and hopefully coming soon. But I don't know a date yet, whether that's next week. Originally what Bob told me is it would be in August, so let's keep a hope up for that. Season 174 of Globebusters is coming soon. And we also have Iru Landucci from the land upside
Hello,
down and
everyone.
down under. Over and across. Iru, welcome to the show.
Thank you, man. Nice to be back again on Globebuster. After how many time was how time was the strike? Like 1 month, 2 months?
3 months.
3
3
months.
months.
Wow.
Yes.
Bob's here. Speak of the devil.
Hello, everyone.
Bob, it's good to hear your voice.
Yes, it's
Hi,
good
Bob.
to be back in. Hi, Karen. Hi, everybody.
We even have Steve
Yes.
here. And
Hey, all right. Got an all-star cast today. That's awesome. So yeah, we made it safely to North Carolina. We had not without incident. We had a few weird things happen, but we did make it, and we are in our beautiful little mountain cabin here in a place called Tryon, North Carolina. In the mountains, we're surrounded by forests, and it's absolutely freaking gorgeous here. It's just unreal how beautiful it is. And we got the house closed, and it's sold, and everything's done, and now we're just sitting here looking at new houses. And so that's kind of where we're at right now. But
fantastic.
for now, just glad to be back.
Good. Yeah, it'll be great to have you take back over. I always struggle, as Iru likes to point out. No, we also have Rodrigo Ferrari Nunez. Rodrigo, I don't want to forget you. Welcome to the show. Thank you for joining us.
Hello, guys. How's it going? Hey, Bob. Welcome back, man. Are you gonna lead it tonight? Or are you gonna just say hello and move on?
I'm not really prepared to lead it tonight. Of course, when are we ever? But
Right.
so we'll make this kind of like a lounge-ish type of thing.
That's my favorite.
And we'll either return next week or the week after. Jaron and I have some. We need to switch around on some of our intros and new formats and some ideas that I have, and we're going to implement that, which I still need to talk to Jaron about. And so yeah, but other than that, we'll be back. And one thing I will say, and I've said this before, guys, do your COVID talking today, because after today, Globebusters, as far as I'm concerned, COVID is a verboten subject. I'm so sick of talking about it. I'm just done. I want to go back to flat Earth. Let's talk about flat Earth, and that's where my heart is, and that's where I want my head to be. Because honestly, I just can't stand listening to COVID.
It's kind of endless.
24/7.
It's gonna be going on forever.
Amen, Bobby. That's the way. Bullshit. It's as bullshit as the ball.
Yes, it is. Absolutely is. But yeah, so I think we're going to have a lot of fun on the next season, and our new house. We're still looking at houses, and I've got to get a decent internet service and everything. Right now, I'm actually tethering off of my T-Mobile phone, which seems to be fairly good here. Yeah. So, but I don't honestly know how well it would handle video or anything like that unless we actually tried it. But
and in Colorado, you had a mad connection, right?
Yeah, in Colorado, I had a gigabit connection, so I'm spoiled rotten. But actually, the place that we're looking at right now also has gigabit service available. So yippee!
And I can guarantee you that's part of Bob's house search, too.
Yes, it is.
Right.
Jaron would kill me if I didn't have that as part of the house search.
We have priorities out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, we'll do this. We'll treat it like a lounge. And Steve, I saw your message to the Globebusters. You were kind of looking for a dinner party, and I think it's a great idea. I mean, it's kind of the intent of the lounge was to be one day just to get as many people as we could on there. Of course, I've kind of noticed when you have 6 or 7 people, you all of a sudden start, you get stepped on a little bit, or people get left out, or we forget that Iru comes and goes and leaves and is gone for an hour of the show. But it still ends up working out, so I'm open for that. That's a great idea. If anybody saw Friday's show, I believe it was Friday's show. Yeah, Friday's show, we did something interesting that Iru, I guess, tried on his channel as well, which was use StreamYard as a phone board, and it actually worked great. So we're going to try that again today,
Super
probably.
great. Yes.
Yeah, it works fantastic. Yeah, so if you saw Friday's show, what will happen, after maybe the first hour of the show, after we touch in with everybody and talk about a few topics, is I'll put a link on the screen, and if you go to that link, you'll basically be put into a queue on StreamYard. You can show your camera or not show your camera. It doesn't matter. I won't show it to the people watching unless I guess you come on and ask me to. But really, it just works like a call board, so wait there, and you can listen to the show while you're on hold. And then I'll bring you on the show, and we'll try and keep all the calls to like 5 minutes so that we can get everybody in, talk to you, and see what you guys are interested in. If you have any questions, maybe you have questions for Steve. Steve, have you ever done a show where people could ask you questions, or?
Well, only yours.
Okay.
So, I'm not so sure I'm good at answering them, but yeah, I'd love to.
Well,
yeah, I'd love to.
Same way. So, okay, maybe we'll do that in a little bit. So, to start off, what did you guys think of Ben's video that came out yesterday? Anybody get a chance to see it?
Oh, it was awesome. You're talking about the one where he did the mathematics and talked about the centrifugal force and all that. Yeah, I looked at that, and we talked about that before.
Yeah, it's not the first time it's come up.
Yeah, it's not the first time it's come up, and of course, at the time, I remember this all came up around because I can't remember who the guy was, but we were talking about the ability of the accelerometers in the phone, right? And so he did a video about it, and it was absolutely excellent. And of course, then we started talking about these, very subtle motions, because of the fact that we are supposedly in elliptical type of orbit, and all these different motions going on. And the argument at the time is that, well, you'd never be able to tell that. Like, your vestibular senses are not sensitive enough to pick that up. And while I generally disagree with that, I think that we would be able to sense stuff like that. The big thing is like, yeah, maybe even if it was true that our vestibular senses were unable to pick it up, our instrumentation absolutely would be able to pick it up. And that's a big problem for the globe. And of course, they always want to divert to that. Oh, you'd never be able to feel it. You'd never know, you'd never ever know, these slight turns. And it's like, if people understood the incredible sensitivity and the specifications of just the accelerometers in your cell phone, that alone kills the ball in every way, shape, and form. And I think that's something that we're going to focus in on a lot more. So, but yeah, the guy is absolutely right. And, we should be seeing those type of observation. Of course, even if we set up the experiment the way that, was described, we know nothing's going to happen. It's going to be absolutely, still. So, but, we'll just keep hammering at it, because the Globers, eventually somebody's going to see it. And we're not, like I said, we're not interested in convincing the trolls. We're interested in people that are actually thinking and have a brain and, will understand that, yes, these motions may be subtle, but they are absolutely measurable.
Right. And
Well,
I think
you know what, Bob, where you're at is it's past the point of that because, anyone, these phones, if you have a video game, you can play a car racing game. You can be laying on your back on your bed. You can be standing on your head. You can be laying on your side. You can be sitting up on your chair. It says, even with the digital levelers in these phones, it says there's no gravity involved. It's got a triangulating thing in the phone. So you can lay it on your airport floor and you can leave Copenhagen like I did, and you can fly to Phoenix, Arizona, 80 whatever degrees around the fake globe, and you land and it's level. And these aren't levelers like your bubble leveler. These are three-dimensional digital levelers, and they're made for your game. When you're racing your game and you're saying, I'm turning left, right, down, forward, it's already proven. If you just do this, you will see. And the digital leveler itself says gravity is not part of it. And you can move your phone around a model beach ball. You can draw the globe on a beach ball and a basketball and a soccer ball, and it will show you, you move this many degrees this way and this many degrees. But when you go around this giant ball, it doesn't move any. It's still flat when you get to the new airport. So how, if your model, like a snowman, if your base of the snowman is the globe, and then the ball on the next level of the snowman is a small globe, and the next one's a beach ball and a soccer ball, if this thing moves the same way around these smaller balls on your ball, but you fly across the bottom of the snowman and it doesn't change, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
To a video game while you're laying on your bed or on your side or on your head or whatever you're doing, what more do you need? What is there to prove?
That's exactly right. And you're right, Steve. I mean, they have nothing to do with gravity. These are inertially based devices. So it doesn't matter. You can take a single calibration point from any point in space, any orientation in space. The device itself will memorize that position and it will take its inertial measurements from there forward, and bada bing, there you have it. And they are so sensitive.
It memorizes itself from itself.
Right.
Yes.
Two positions in the phone. That's what I understood.
Bob, the video.
Yeah, it's self-referential.
Itself from where you're laying on your bed.
The video you're talking about was
3 or 4 points in the phone, right? And we know that the other 2 points are here. So it's already busted.
Yeah. Isn't that video you're talking about, Bob, was the one made by Rannick, right?
Rannick, yes, Rannick. That was it.
Yeah. That was a great video. I mean, these are the kind of things that were coming up years and years ago. I mean, these topics, the one that you're seeing on the screen, the one that Taboo's talking about with his mechanical engineer that's come forward, is the same things that Brian Mullen was talking about. It's the same subject that's been brought up over and over and over again. And
what
it's great.
happened to him? Where did Brian Mullins go? Is he around?
Well, there's a lot of different rumors of what happened, but it looks like that George Handicap guy, or Hanachuk, or whatever you want to call him,
Nutsack,
seemed to report him for violations of the ethics code under being an engineer or whatever, and he basically got
the truth. He told the truth.
Yeah, he got threatened, and he had a baby coming, and couldn't really afford to lose his means of making money for the family of support, so he had to bow out of the flat Earth community, and that's the last I've heard. Bob, have you heard anything from since then?
Well, I know that Robbie Davidson has talked to him a few times. He is still very much a flat earther, guys. And he says at some point he will, re-enter the community, but he just needs to, get his life stabilized, essentially. Mm-hmm. And I think he'll probably be back. But as far as, rumors going around that, he came to his senses and is no longer a flat earth believer, sorry, guys. He's still crazy, and he still very much believes in flat earth. And, I think one of the biggest things about Brian is he is so smart, and he is able to put all these things down in whiteboard. And, he's a threat. He's a huge threat to these guys.
Pisses them off.
Yeah, it does.
Absolutely.
They don't know how to deal with him. And
that's
what
why I was going to say on that note, Bob, that what you're saying, like you're having to come back to certain issues, certain things are popping up back again. And because of this lockdown, a lot of people, and this is what we've seen with Ben's, where people contacting him and saying, now I'm having time to sit back and think about stuff. And I think more people are going to start coming out because, and it's important to revisit all those issues, all those points, those technical points, especially because those guys are going to be coming out of the woodwork, like the engineers and the airplane pilots.
Well, there's so many new people in this movement, especially like we talked about before the show, right? That COVID is bringing a lot of people to truth. A lot of people are home, they're not working, they're able to research. That's how we all started to find some of this stuff. So a lot of people are coming to these truths, and we have to remember that they don't know some of the what we would call foregone conclusions that we've all come to, right? I mean, the Earth is not spinning and everything else. So we do have to go back and visit some of these things, even though a majority of people watching this show probably already know them. But again, check out Taboo Conspiracy's video. He basically had a mechanical engineer who comes forward with the math, and as you see on the screen here, you would know the difference between standing at the equator and standing at, say, 45 degrees, simply because there would be a tendency to push you towards the equator, and explains it mathematically and spells it out quite easily. Again, the name of that video for people looking at it is called Mechanical Engineer Proves Earth is Stationary.
Yeah, he did have one small mistake, and I may be wrong about this because I only watched the video once, but I thought he got centrifugal and centripetal flipped around. So I think he may have had it backwards. Okay. And if so, we can, certainly bring that to his attention. I do want to have the guy on the show on Globebusters for sure. So we will give him that opportunity. And I may be wrong about this, but did any of you catch that, or was I just picked the wrong day to stop smoking crack?
The Latin doesn't let you go wrong, right? Centrifugal is away, fugue is run away, right? Is a fugue, and petal is to go towards. So centripetal goes towards the center, and centrifugal is away from the center. So
right. I just thought that he actually had them backwards. I mean, it's a minor mistake, but the Globers, the guy doesn't even know the difference between the two. So if that's the case,
I wrote you, Bob, and I was telling Jaron and Karen, I was telling Karen and Jaron and Iru and Rodrigo. Hello, Rodrigo. I'm not going to say his name here. I said it off air, but I met a head pilot. I won't say his name, Norwegian, from a big Scandinavian airline, the biggest. I was just a musician playing in the pub. I didn't tell him that I'm Space Busters or have a channel or anything because he was singing like a canary. And I didn't want to shut him up. And I said, do you think the Earth is flat as a pilot? And he said, we all know it's flat. We talk about it in our lounges. We've seen the sun under the clouds. He asked me, do you think the moon landings were fake? And I said, well, yeah, of course. And he said, I do too. They know it, and they can't say it because you guys have probably had pilots on who said it, and they get it fired. So I'm not going to say his name or his airline.
We did. Actually, Steve, we had a woman by the name of Lydia who was a co-pilot for 737 on, what is it, KLM, I think? Anyway.
Yeah, Dutch person,
yeah. Yeah, and she came on and she totally, told the story, and she was dead nuts on about all of it. And we had a great interview. And unfortunately, it came to a point where because she talked about it, she was getting threatened, and she called and she asked both myself and Mark Sargent if we would take down those interviews. Otherwise, she was going to lose her livelihood. And of course, we did, because the last thing we want to happen is that. So, but yeah, I mean, she came on and absolutely, they know, you're absolutely right. They know full well. And so many pilots do, but they simply cannot say it. And of course, you got people like Wolfie 6020 who are just straight up shills. He is either stupid as hell or he is a paid, indoctrinated, government agent. I don't know which one is it. But there is no common sense with that guy whatsoever. But most pilots do understand that. And, of course, and there's still other pilots that are still under this, programming that will never allow themselves to even look at it. But, it is what it is. But I think a lot of the more intelligent pilots understand that. We also had a flight instructor that owned his own flight school in Kansas. ATP rated, the whole 9 yards, came on, and, very, very much woke. And they all know it. We all know it. And of course, then it got into the discussions about the gyroscope and how they work. And, and I covered all that stuff a long time ago, but it's to the point now where the ballers are in such bad shape. All they have left is ad homs. and claiming that whatever flat earth proof we introduce, it's automatically globe earth proof. That is how pathetic it has gotten on the globe side.
Yeah, and you don't want them on their side. The other two interesting things this guy said to me is he said, like what Ross's movie was about. I said, are you flying on fuel? And he said, no, we're flying on compressed air from the nitrogen compressed in tank. He said, there is a little bit of fuel. He said, but no, we don't fill up our airplane with all the fuel you think. He said, we have a little bit for ignition in this purpose, but we are flying, once we're in cruising speed and hit the cruise control, he can hear it. He said, we're flying on compressed air. It's intaking air through the front of the jet. It's compressing it and pushing out more at the back, which is simple basic physics. He knew this. And he also knew, he knew it was flat. And I didn't want to tell him who I was, but they can't say it like you're saying. This guy is not an assistant pilot. He's a head pilot, and I won't say his name, for the biggest Scandinavian airline in the world. So out there, if you're listening, you Google it and figure it out. And for me, and Ross said, you should have interviewed him and blacked his face. And I said, no, because if I told him that we had Space Busters and all that crap, he will shut up. So I just let him talk. So for me, for my own confirmation, whether you're listening now and believe me or not, I don't care. For me, I heard it from the horse's mouth. I need to hear no more. And he even said, what was that test flight, the Mach 3, was it the SR-600 Blackbird? The first
SR-71. Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, he said it to me. He said that guy would have had to been in a 150-foot nosedive the whole time. And he said he saw the footage in the what do you call it, the altimeter, where you see the level that the plane's on. He said the video's flat. He said this pilot is not in a nosedive. He said he would have flew off into space. This guy said it. And
that's the artificial horizon, by the way. But yeah, they always show perfectly level.
Well, yeah, I don't know how that works. I'm not actually an expert on how the machine works. But this guy said to me that at that speed, this guy would have had to have been in a nosedive at 100 and whatever feet per second, or he would have flew off into space.
Mm-hmm.
And then this guy told me that he thought the moon landings were faked and asked if I thought so. I said, of course, yeah, obviously. So this is the head pilot from a head airline in Scandinavia. And he said they know it. They talk about it in their lounges. And they can't obviously say it to us because, as you said.
Yeah, I have to wonder, Steve, how many of the pilots actually understand that they are flying off of compressed air?
They all do. He said he knows.
Do they really? Because that I can see where they might be able to pull it off, because it's all dealing around, how many pounds of fuel you have and all that stuff. And of course you have to do the conversions and whatever. And that's something that could easily be faked. But, it just seems to me like a lot more pilots would understand that the world is flat necessarily than they would understand that they're not flying with all that weight, even though you'd have to question, do you even have a brain if you're not questioning that? Where is all that weight of fuel going, especially if you're flying like a big A360, the big Airbus?
Well, A380, yeah. But what he did say to me, I said, have you ever seen these videos where people are on the highway and a plane is levitating? Because, Ross did the video about the bumblebees. And I said, do you need to be going 200 miles an hour to levitate, to stay airborne? He said, no, that's a crock of shit. He said, what we need to be doing, he said it in knots. And I said, I don't understand knots. And he said, well, we can actually stay airborne at about 120 to 140 kilometers an hour. And with a headwind, he said, you don't understand that. If the headwind's 60, that's included. So you half it. You know what I mean? He said, we need to be going 120 to be airborne. But if we're going 120 into a 60-mile-an-hour headwind, which is where they land, he's going 60. And he said, so when you see a person on the highway who's driving 50 or 80 kilometers an hour, and they show this footage of a plane levitating, he said it looks like it's levitating, but it's because you're moving at the speed we're moving.
Exactly.
So as he said, this is bullshit. We're not moving 200 kilometers an hour. He said, if the headwind's 60, That's about what we can levitate at in his planes. They are not. He's. I won't say the name of the airline, but they don't have A380 Airbuses. They don't have it. They're flying, the old 747s and this kind of stuff. So he's saying, yeah, it looks like we're levitating, but we're not. But it's still pretty slow,
Yeah, and I think who is it? I can't remember the guy that was making the observations. He's one of the guys that originally came out and said, "Look, there's no way that these airplanes are carrying all this fuel." But he also has pointed out that these airplanes are not going anywhere near as fast as they're claiming that they are. And I can see
You're
that.
not thinking of Stephen, right? Bob Stephen, the Australian guy, because I know a pilot who says that he thinks that the machines he flies at least have taken fuel, but their helicopters he's talking about and different.
Yeah, no, it's not
jumbo
him.
jets.
I'm sure that somebody in the chat will bring it up, and I watch the chat and see. I can't remember his name. I keep wanting to say Enter the Stars, but I know it's not. It has something to do with an E in it. But anyway, that guy, and he's incredibly observant. He's the one that figured it out in the first place, and he's really taken this to a whole new level. And at first, I thought it was preposterous, and then the more you look at it, especially when you look at the weights of those fuels, and watch the way that the planes are behaving, it's like there could be something to this. And of course, I think all of us at this point understand that we have been lied to on such a level about everything else. This is not out of the realm of believability at all, right? And because I don't know how they could possibly afford to even make the flights work, unless they actually had to pay all those fuel bills,
Ross used to work at cargo unloading for DLH in Copenhagen Airport, and they fuel them up. They come in, land, drop the packages off, and then they fuel up and take off in a half an hour. Like he said, there's no way that they have loaded this thing with all that fuel in 40 minutes. You couldn't fill. They're supposed to have an Olympic-sized swimming pool worth of fuel on there. There's no way. And he said when they had a bum engine that wouldn't start, they would bring an air compressor hose to start up the engine, not fuel. They would hit an air compressor hose to spin the engine to get it started again.
Yeah, that's what the APU does.
That's exactly what the APU, which is, for people listening, that's those two jets, the little ones you see on the tail fin. That's
auxiliary power unit. That's what they are. They're just compressors.
Yeah, but they're real jets. Those do use fuel. They don't.
Yes, they do. But their primary purpose is to act as a compressor, not as any sort of propulsion unit. Yeah.
But when they won't light the main engine, then they just come up with a little compressed air hose and light the engine with that. It's not fuel. That's not what's going on. They are not flying on fuel. But this pilot told me that, yeah, they are. Even up at cruising speed, there's a little bit of fuel running whatever. I didn't ask him in detail, but whatever power they need, to keep the, I don't know, like the pilot light, I guess, in your, at home, your what do you call it? The thing that keeps your heat going in your house.
Yeah, the pilot light,
Right,
essentially. Yeah. And that's essentially what it is. There is a critical point when you're dealing with vortex air, right? They're actually swirling the air. It's a huge vortex. And there's a point when it becomes kind of a self-perpetuating type of machine. I don't know what that threshold is, but it's pretty obvious to me that once it hits it, it becomes more or less kind of perpetual motion type of machine. And that's, it takes over just like a tornado does in nature, right? The exact same type of principle is going on there. So
it's 12 knots or whatever that, according to this guy, it's 120 to 140 miles an hour. So now according to this pilot, it's not much.
When they say knots, they're talking about nautical miles. And
I don't know, but 120 to 140 kilometers an hour, that's not much.
No.
There's videos of air shows where they have this Airbus A380 comes in and he's levitating.
Yeah. Well, we've all seen that, the one where it comes down and it's in a heavy crosswind and it kind of jumps sideways. And you think about how much weight that is supposed to be, And for it to do that, it should have snapped those landing gears like toothpicks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, you have to wonder that, too. Look at those little wheels on these planes. You're like, what? You know, I fly into Faroe Islands and Helsinki, Finland, which are the two most dangerous landings in the world, aside from the Greenland base. I thought, you know, you think you're going to die every time. They still clap. Remember the old days when they clap when you land? They still do it up there. You land and you're like, shit, we're going to die. So these things they're levitating like the bumblebees. Now, the interesting thing is, like Globebusterish, they said the bumblebees levitate because they're buzzing at the Schumann resonance. But now that's changed. And I got to tell you, I'm a golfer. We used to see bumblebees on golf courses all the time. When I see them now, they're not flying around. They're on the ground, fumbling along. And I think it's very possible that something's happening where the Schumann resonance has changed and these bumblebees can't levitate anymore.
Well, yeah, you know, a lot of people have said that. You know, look at nature, and you can see these technologies are mimicking these creatures in nature, just like the scarab beetle supposedly has these their structures. They're like these sacred geometric structures on the bottom of their wings, right?
Yeah.
And they become resonant, and it allows them to levitate, literally. And I think the government has known about stuff like this for the longest time, and of course it's instantly suppressed, and anybody who talks about it is a crazy tinfoil hat wearing conspiracy theorist, right?
Of course, yeah.
Yeah, but and then you can buy a machine off Sharper Image for $300 where a marble ball levitates off the machine. And you're like, well, if it's so secret, how come you can buy this as a desk paperweight?
Right,
I mean, how is that ball levitating? It's not a secret.
Yeah. Yeah, and you've got things like the Searle effect also. I mean, there's so many things, and they downplay them, and they try and say, oh, that's not, no big deal. You're not messing with gravity. You're actually, changing the electromagnetic and electrostatic dynamics. And of course, I'm going, no shit,
That's
Sherlock.
Exactly
that's exactly what I've been saying. That's what this so-called, attractional force or whatever you want to call it actually is. It's not. It has everything to do with electrostatic dynamics and electromagnetic dynamics. It's something, they've completely, turned us away from, because they don't want people going down that road. And then when people do invent certain technologies that do that, based on electrostatic and electromagnetic manipulation, they say, well, that's no big deal. You're just doing this. It's like, I don't know. It makes you crazy.
Yeah, but it's not even hidden. You're like, then how come I can buy this as a gimmick off Sharper Image for $300? Because that should be a guarded government secret. You know what I mean? I don't think it's. I think they think we're just so dumb and love the Kardashians that we will never. Most of us won't look into it.
Well, and they're absolutely right about that, aren't they? Unfortunately,
Yeah.
And I hate to say that, but it's true. I mean, people are so gullible, and they think, well, everything they're told by the government. Well, this is the way it is. This isn't the way it is. And, people just have simply lost the ability to think for themselves. And it is so sad. And I think that's one of the biggest, most frustrating things for people that are, either awake or waking up. They can see this stuff so plainly. It kind of reminds me of those old TV shows, where they show the crazy guy in the straitjacket, claiming, conspiracy, and the guy actually knows what's happening, right? And of course they're locking him up because, no, mainstream says that can't possibly be the way it is, so the guy's got to be crazy, I mean, we're all in that state right now.
Well, look at the world. I mean, they really can't.
Question, because you guys are our favorite flat Earth, and you've been doing this before. Obviously, we were even knew about flat Earth. My question to all of you guys is, why are you spending all your time trying to wake up people that you could put 10 years of evidence in front of them and they will go Simon Dan on you? You know what I mean? What would you get out of waking them up? And do you think you will wake them up? You've obviously waken up a lot of people, don't get me wrong. Do you really think you're going to wake up Simon Dan and all them?
No. Simon Go ahead, Jaron.
It's
No, I
not
was
up
just
for
gonna say
being
no.
waking up.
That's I don't even try with those people anymore. I mean, there's no use. I've tried to put out information. I think that's what we all do, in the hopes that somebody hears it. They may think we're crazy today, and it goes without saying that they probably will if it's the first time they've heard it. And then down the road, and especially in times like this where they're home, they've got maybe they've been laid off and they're looking on the internet, and then they start to put some pieces together, and then they come back and they thank you down the road. And I've seen it 1,000 times with emails coming to me saying, I thought you were crazy. I thought you were out of your mind. Then I started to look into some of what you say, and now I can't stop listening to you and Globebusters and Eru. And that's what we get. Why? It's because, anytime you bring something new to somebody's attention, 99% of the time they're going to put up that kind of defense mechanism and fight you off and think you're crazy. It just makes them feel better. It helps them sleep at night. But then eventually they do come back and thank you. That happens all the time. Go ahead, Rodrigo.
No, I was just gonna second that, because I know people who just recently started, connecting the dots, like in the last, few months, 5-6 months, and so on, and they, have a total transformation, and they get excited about the research, and they want to know more, and they look at everything starts to make sense. Once you have some of the key components of the puzzle, you can start looking yourself, and you can start seeing how they put together the productions of space and so on and so forth. And this is kind of what's going on here, what you're saying, because for a lot of people, it's a kind of education and questioning the cosmology that's given for everyone, and realizing their problems. And then it's important that people do their own research, I think. And that's why they end up coming back to conversations like this, I think.
Well, that's my question, because you guys are amazing, and I applaud you right now. My question is, are you guys, Eru and Rodrigo and Bob and Jaron, are you doing this for those few people, or do you really believe you're going to wake up the masses so that when they see if the Earth shape is bullshit, they will see through all the rest? Do you believe that, or are you in this because you get off on the few that get it? Is that what makes it worth your time? That's what I'm asking.
I want to say, for me personally, I used to believe that. I used to believe that it would be as easy as showing some people ISS footage. It would be as easy as showing them a few of the mistakes on different space missions, that this would wake up the masses. Now I realize that's probably a pipe dream, so it's not about that as much as it is changing the individuals' lives who do realize it. Because everybody who comes to this truth, usually they first come to a creator. I've had so many people tell me they formerly were atheists until they found this, and it betters their life in infinite ways. And so that's happened for me. It's happened for Bob. It's happened for so many of us. And so I think that is plenty worth it to me. If I reach 10 people and those 10 people's lives are changed, well, then it's worth it. But I've reached more than 10. How many? I don't know. Has it changed 1,000 people's lives? Maybe. And even if it's been only 1,000, that's amazing. How else in your life can you say, oh, I've changed 1,000 people's lives? And maybe, and again, is it a pipe dream? I don't know. Maybe it's many more than 1,000. I don't know. I've got 150,000 subscribers. Maybe 149,000 of them think I'm insane, and I've only touched 1,000. But even if that's the truth, I'll take it.
Yeah.
Hold on, let me just say this, Jaron, because that's beautiful, and then I'd like to hear the rest of yours. I just saw a video on some guys who did a deep dive. You might not know them, but there's a news service called UK Column who does, like, they tell the truth in the UK. They've been around forever and ever and ever, and they still get like 20,000 views, every time they put out a broadcast. So I saw a video, some internet guys did a deep dive down into the archive. They went for it. They found out that these people are actually reaching 1.2 million people a broadcast, and YouTube says 20,000.
Oh, we're experiencing that, just between what we do on D Live versus, I don't know if you knew this or not, Steve, but the last two broadcasts that Globebusters did before we went on break, we had to do it exclusively on D Live because we had strikes on both Globebusters and Globebusters 2. Well, so normally on YouTube, we would get, 12 to 1,400 viewers, maybe 1,500 sometimes. And when we went to exclusively D Live, we instantly jumped up to, Jaron and I were both simulcasting. We instantly jumped up to over 2,300 live viewers. And it's like that right there tells you that, YouTube is screwing us. They're completely masking us down in every way possible. So, and then also to get back to your other question, I think there's a couple different schools of thoughts on what makes it worth it for like what Jaron and I do and what everybody does, is that, yeah, for us, it's great when people come back and they say, you've been such, so instrumental in, helping wake us up. And we like, giving our opinion and, kind of regurgitating what we've learned in the way that we understand it. And that's, for me, especially what makes it worth it. However, I do see the other side of the coin when you have people out there like Ranty and Nathan Oakley and stuff like that are actually doing the debates. Now, to me, when I watch them and listen to them do the debates with people like Rumpus and, all those other idiots that they're actually debating with, we know full well that there's no way ever that they're ever going to concede to any point whatsoever. And then even if they do, they'll deny it, right? We've all seen that happen before. But in that particular case, I think what is important is that people that are kind of sitting back, if they can stomach all the vile crap that's going on in the chat, they are at least able to then see the process that goes on, right? And that works for some people. Me personally, it's way too much of a negative environment, to deal with that. So everybody has their own technique and everybody has their own thing about, what works for them and what appeals to them. And, we just all do it in our own way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there's so many people that we don't realize that we touch too. I mean, so yeah, is it great that we get messages from people? Yeah, but I mean, they did a study one time, and I think it's 2% of YouTube watchers comment, and like 2 or 3% are in the chat. And I learned that a long time ago that you can't really base your show off of what comments say. If comments say you should change this, you should do that. If chatters say you should change this about your show, you can take it, and think about it. But really, that is a very small percentage of people who watch the show. So at the end of this show, when we have 20,000 views or whatever, we have to realize that a very small percentage of those people even commented or even chatted at all. So think of all the people that you might be touching that you'll never ever hear from. So it's it's worth every second. And the other thing, I think, piggybacking off what Bob just said, is in my former job when I was a store manager of a drugstore, there's no way that I could have gotten away with saying some of the things that I say now, which are my true opinions at this point. But, if I was still a store manager of a drugstore at CVS, I would be forcing my employees to wear masks. I would be that guy standing at the door telling people when they came in the store, I'm sorry, you have to wear a mask. This is, and being an asshole about it. But I wasn't a bad person. It's just what you have to do in those positions. The great thing about what I do now is I'm able to sit here and give my honest, real opinion, and there's no repercussions. The only repercussions is people hate me. The only repercussion is that's it. I mean, and I don't care.
You lost your PayPal and you lost.
Sure, I lost my PayPal.
Remove your videos.
Absolutely, and that's the worst that they can do to me, right? I mean, they can attack me in that way. Sure, they could take my channel, but then I'll go to DLive. If they take DLive, I'll figure out a way to live stream from my website. Like, they really can't quiet me. They can try everything that they want, but the good thing is I'm able to stand here and do what people who have actual jobs and who go to work every day and work for a boss or for a company or for a corporation can't do. And that's extremely freeing. I'm able to say whatever I want here. And that's great. And you're right. Yeah, people hate me. People will but I don't see those people in real life. Like nobody's coming to my front door and saying, I hate your guts and I hope you burn. It's just not happening. So yeah, it's keyboard warriors who are very frustrated that somebody's bringing truth into their life that they don't want. A lot of people would rather be asleep, but they'd rather be controlled by the almighty powers that be and by the media and be completely swindled. That's fine. I'm here for those who don't want to be.
But Jaron, don't you feel more, the people who hate you, let's say, if you met them live at a party or in a grocery store, the people who love you, aren't they more fulfilling to your life than the people who hate you if you had met them really?
Absolutely. And the other thing is, I've never met even George Handicap or Handachuk or Nutsack, whatever his name is. When I met him at the conference in Denver, he like emailed me the next day or two saying like, "Hey, would you ever want to chat? I really thought you were a good guy." And I mean, like these people who showed up at my laser test at the canal. There was 4 or 5 Globers there. They were all so nice to me. So I don't even think that there is people that would in person hate me. Once they see it, you're just a person who has different beliefs. I mean, this is okay. There's people all around the world, all across the world, or whatever you want to say, that all have different beliefs. It's okay. We can have different beliefs. We can still exist here together. I just have a different opinion than you. You want to believe in space and space travel and 25 trillion mile distant stars that you can see at night, and you can believe that. You can believe that the sun is 200 or 867,000 miles across. You can believe that. I don't believe that. I don't believe that the sun is 93 million miles well. It's okay for us to have different opinions. And the great thing is I'm able to sit here and tell people my opinion, and they have every right to say, this guy's crazy, I'm going to block his channel. And then they never have to listen to me again. So we can police ourselves in that way. A lot of people don't realize that, and they think they need to hang out in the chat and talk shit, or in the comments and talk shit. But really, we can police ourselves that way. That's the way I go with Sean Hufford's channel and Red's Rhetoric. After I realized those guys are just telling lies and making up things, I just blocked them. I don't even know that they're on YouTube anymore.
I remember that there was a period that you were always engaging these guys, and you had a bunch of debates and all that stuff, and it was always kind of pain in the ass for you.
It's a waste of time, really. And like I said, once you block them, guess what? I mean, if somebody came to me and said, "Did you know Red's Rhetoric hasn't done a video in a year?" I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't know because he's blocked. I would have no idea. And if somebody told me, "Do you know he's doing a video 3 times a day?" I would have no idea. Why? Because you go to their channel and you hit block, and then guess what? You never have to see him again. It's really kind of nice. So to all those out there who hate this channel, who hate Globebusters, who hate Rodrigo, hate what we have to talk about, it's very easy to block this channel and go about your merry way and be swindled and be, lied to your entire life. I don't care. I tried to give you the opportunity to wake up, and that's all I would ask for someone to tell me. Like somebody who's out there, like my friend out there who told me about 9/11. He came to me and said, "Hey, 9/11 was an inside job," and I thought he was crazy and told him, "Get out of here. I don't want to talk to you about that. Don't ever bring that up to me again." And it was, months or if not years later that I finally looked into it myself. But I thank him all the time for just mentioning it to me, right? Just planting the seed, because that was so important.
Jaron, do you ever wonder what triggered you about that? I mean, have you ever thought about that? It's like, why did I get so triggered about that?
Oh, yeah, and it's the same thing as, that what I got so triggered when my wife told me, could the earth be flat? I realized that there is a mechanism in human beings, and I don't know what it's about, but when you have a certain belief, you go through life with that belief, and for whatever reason, you have to protect that belief. That's just how people are. And when somebody comes and attacks that belief, your immediate response will always be to fight for what you currently believe. It just doesn't happen that somebody comes to you and says something that is, it's kind of like germ theory and everything that Steve talks about with Corona. It's the same thing. When you first hear that, you're like, what are you talking about? People get sick from other sick people. And when you have the flu, everyone around you gets the flu, and that's how it works. And then if you come out and you say that and you fight with the boxing gloves real quick, then you've even further indoctrinated yourself. You've even further protected that truth from hitting you. When you just hear things and you say, let me think about that, and then you start going back in time and you start thinking about, and then it's like I've told people that I started thinking about, wait a second, when I was sick or ill as a child, when I had the flu, my mom would put me in the living room. It wasn't like she sequestered me in the bedroom. She would put me in the living room with a blanket and bring me 7-Up and crackers, and the rest of the family would go about their normal business. They'd be walking through the living room. My mom never got sick with the flu. My sister never got sick with the flu. My dad never got sick. So all of a sudden you start to realize, wait a second, I don't think that we get sick the way we've been taught. But when it's been forced on you and you constantly hear, and this is what indoctrination is, right? So everything that I hear now, when I first hear it, even like when Dave Weiss tells me, clouds are sentient beings, I want to jump down his throat and say, no, they're not, Dave, that's ridiculous. But I have to sit back and say, well, what? Let me look at it. Let me think about it. And so I think that's the mechanism. It's the same thing when my buddy told me about 9/11. You've already built up this thing that it was angry box-cutter-carrying Arabs who overtook these planes, who fly them at high speeds into the building. The jet fuel somehow leaked down 110 floors to every floor and melted all the steel beams. These are things that you've built up in your mind. And it was Osama bin Laden, right? Because they came on the news and told you every second from the second it happened, Osama bin Laden in a cave, Osama bin Laden, Afghanistan cave. These are what you've built up. So when somebody says 9/11 was an inside job, it was your own government behind it, or who allowed it to happen, or who implemented all these, whatever you want to believe, whether it's space-based weapons or whether it was holograms. Once you hear that, you're always going to fight back. You're always going to say, no, that's absolutely crazy. But planting that seed is so important, because then down the road, you're going to see something else, or you're going to stumble across loose change or whatever, and you're all of a sudden going to say, wait a second. And then you kind of wake up to it. And once you've had that happen to you a few times in life, then guess what? Then the next time you hear something new, you no longer. So it's like the jet fuel thing, right? You hear somebody say planes don't fly with jet fuel, and rather than say, that's ridiculous, I can't believe you would ever say that, why would you say that? I have to stop and say to myself, well, let me look at it. And then you start putting things together. And then you see somebody draw that picture of how many Shell gasoline trucks or how many cars. Have you ever seen that image of the plane and then there's like 25 cars on each side? Or, I mean, this is how much jet fuel. Yeah. Yep. It's like once you see that and you're like, okay.
Burnt out one. Yeah.
Right. So.
It was enslaved by no media.
There you go.
Sorry, just hit me. That was the guy. Okay, continue.
Yeah, no. So I mean, it's just that's why you fight, and you can see it everywhere. I mean, if you tell somebody on the street the Earth is flat, they immediately fight back and they get really upset. And there's some people, though. I used to think that everybody would eventually come to it. Now I realize that's not the case. That there's some people who are so protected, because once you realize one deception, inevitably many more follow. And that's just the way it is, because once you've seen through the veil one time, you start to see through the veil much more. There's some people who are so afraid of seeing through the veil once, like Mick West, right? Mick West will do whatever he can in his power to run his website Metabunk and debunk everything, which is all that is it's just repeating the mainstream propaganda around it. So somebody can show well, what about this? Well, let me go to the mainstream. What does the mainstream say? Okay, this, and I'll just repeat that. So he can be protected in his world where there is no such thing as a conspiracy. That guy believes Lee Harvey Oswald shot Kennedy from the 6th floor. Right. So I mean, you can stay in that cocoon if you want.
Well, Ross and I were talking about this today. One of the things I get into, like, I'm not religious, but I get into Taoism and Buddhism and some of the Eastern religions, because what I like about Flat Earth is it's like an Eastern religion, and what they do, even old, if you look into Christianity, old monks from the alleged 1400s, they don't define what God is. They define what God isn't. You will never see one of these people say, God is this, God is that, God, they say, this is what God isn't. And Ross and I said the same about Flat Earth. We said, the reason people are against Flat Earth is they want an is. And they go, well, what is it then? And you say, we don't know. It's theoretical too, but we can tell you what it isn't with science. If you really look at the Flat Earth argument, it's not what is, it's what isn't. It ain't fucking spinning. The sun ain't 93 million, but you know what I mean? If you really think about it. And then they go, well, what is it then? I need a new religion to replace the one you're ruining for me. And
but
you
Steve,
don't know,
But Steve, it is flat.
The top is, but is it? There are mountains and rivers and hills, and so no.
Yeah, well, yeah. Obviously, there's topological features and stuff like that, but I mean, there's no curvature, meaning it's not a globe. So I don't know. A lot of people say that, and on some level, I see what you're saying, but I also disagree with it on another level.
What's the bottom?
Can I just pitch in why?
What's the bottom? Is the bottom flat?
No idea.
Nobody knows.
So how flat?
It's good not to know. That's the.
Go on, Rodrigo or Hero.
Rodrigo. You know that it's one of the things is that you learn that from this colonial science that certainty is what they have and they don't, right? And people tend to, they feel more comfortable if they are able to say this is like this, right? That what you're saying, and the more you take out from the foundations, the more they feel like there's no grounding and that they're floating out in nothingness, which it is what it is, because the cosmology is completely spurious. It's proven false verifiably so. And that's why there's so many people making observations all around the world and confirming the observations, right? That's what happened. It's a technological revolution. So for me, what drives me into this is that it is just the most interesting thing that has ever happened in a long time, which is kind of a potential paradigm shift. And for me, the research is incredible. The tensions are incredible. The courage required to take certain steps and speak the truth, and the transformation. All those things are remarkable on themselves. So for me, that drives me forward. Also, the detail, the level of detail of the research, and also those things that Jaron's talking about, that people are changing. For me, the idea is that, what I would like, ideally for me, is that people learn to reflect about their ways of thinking and learn to do their own research, especially to have their own questions that they want to go after, instead of following what the state says, what the media says. These are the questions that we need to look into, and to dig more into history. And like you're saying, for instance, Eastern religions is something that I look into generally, but also, within anthropology, there's just so many cultures that their religions and spiritual practices are discussed, and that is it's a field now it's very rich, I think, and engaging it with the perspective we have, it's very interesting as well. Like that, the whole, undoing the problems that we inherited with the colonial paradigm, the Jesuit paradigm, and so on, and their ways. How do we undo this? Everybody's doing it their own way. Now everybody has to improvise. We're in the middle of it. We're in the middle of a kind of massive paradigm shift that a lot of people have gone to here. We're preaching to the choir, but this is not, I don't think it's necessarily slowing down. And I think that there's a lot of people who, once they realize what's going on, and once it becomes less of a taboo, we can see kind of a real renaissance with the research.
Yeah, I agree, Rodrigo. And I think one of the most interesting aspects of Flat Earth is the way that it has opened up into so many other things. I mean, like, look where Steve and Ross have taken it, right? To looking into Atlantis, and potential disasters that have happened, what the true history of our world is, what's really going on in the sky. We're looking at different possibilities of, hey, maybe there really is something to astrology, which of course I believed that for a long time, being this, that we're in this energetic matrix grid that's provided by the stars or the lights in the skies. I mean, it allows people to go and incorporate the things that they're interested in into this paradigm, right? Because it changes everything. And that's one of the most amazing things about this,
Open up new possibilities in a very interesting way. Yeah. And you can explore them, and you can test them, and that's what a renaissance would be like. It's a whole new way. And and people can, like what you're saying, I guess, that each person can then pursue a whole direction and contribute.
Yeah, and some people, they always talk about like belief systems, and I understand where they're coming from, but on the other hand, we have to all admit that we all have belief systems, right? And what really helps your belief system is when you can recognize deception and understanding that you're never going to know how everything works here. I think that's by design. It kind of tells you intelligent design. It kind of tells you that the creator is far more, infinitely more amazing than you. But I don't know who said the quote, but I'd rather have questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned. That's absolutely true, 100%. And we're not taught that way. We're taught very much that here's the answers that you cannot question, and that's the wrong way. I'm looking at a couple super chats. Sorry, I've missed a few, but on the up, Josh Brown Spiral Life just said, unfortunately, most people won't allow themselves to honestly question things, which is so true because they're afraid of finding out that what they were taught is incorrect, right? And also totally agree that we need to be okay with uncertainty in some instances. Much love, everyone. Yeah, and I think that's totally true, and we should stand back in awe of things like the moon and the sun and their infinite clockwork and how perfect and all that is. But the problem is you've had somebody come along and tell you they know exactly what those things are, and they know how the sun works, and they know its distance, and they know its size, and they know how the moon works, and they know what's there, and they know what it's consisting of, and they know what the core of it is. And like you said, Rodrigo, a lot of people just want to know just words because it makes them feel better. And it's so funny. It's like these masks, with the coronavirus. It's like these people, they feel so empowered by putting on a mask and saying, I know how infections work, and I know how to stop the virus, and I'm in control, and this is protecting me, and it's protecting you, and I'm being a good citizen. That's all they need. They just need to hear the talking points from Fauci on the news for 5 minutes, and they all of a sudden feel like they know it all. And they can go around, and they can spout these things, and that makes them they think it makes them very powerful. When it doesn't, it just makes them sheep. And it's the opposite effect, right? I mean, that's what school does. Again, I talk about it all the time. And they sit children in desk, and they put a person up in front of them who reads them the truth, and their job is to simply repeat it. That's what we're taught, not just for a month, not just for a year, but for basically 13 years of your life at minimum. If you end up going to college, you're talking 17 years of your life. If you end up going to grad school, you're talking 21 or 25 years of your life, where you are sat and indoctrinated to the point where you feel truth comes to you in a book, and your job to be smart is to simply take the information that you're given and regurgitate it. That's not a good. That's not a good way. R2D2 says, Jaron, you should invite Mag Truth to one of your shows. Also, when is your Lands Beyond show coming up? Keep it real, my man. I don't know. We said we were going to be doing that soon. Haska Sun, I comment 10% of all listening time. Yeah, probably less than that if you really think about it. That Flat Fellow, thank you for the super chat. Bonnie T says that, Bob, did I miss the recap of the circus recovery of the Dragon capsule? Yeah, we talked about it before. I think Bob hasn't been on a show, but I guess we could talk about that next. Ace Ventura, thanks for being you. Appreciate that. And Tor Rasmussen, keep it flat. Love your work, guys. I would love to ask you guys what your thought is on this stupid Star Hopper tin can thing. What is the purpose of this? What is the... What is going on there?
I think it's just to make people go, ooh, look at our technology, look how amazing it is. But and then I also wonder if it isn't just to mock us in so many ways, because when you look at us, it's ridiculous.
It's so stupid. And it's like, again, and this is the thing about that circus recovery think how crazy people went and how amazing it is, and all these channels doing live streams, and it's got to be on the news, this constant propaganda. You can't get away from the space propaganda. It's everywhere.
It's incredible.
It's incredible.
Can you guys, sorry, I don't know what Star Hopper is. Can you guys explain it for me? I'm out of the loop. What is that?
You can show it.
I'll bring
maybe.
it. Yeah, I'll show it. Let me get.
Oh God, Steve, you're gonna die when you see this. This is the stupidest, dumbest thing you. Oh my God.
Oh my goodness.
You and Ross would have a field day with this.
And I don't even get it. I don't even understand. Like, what is the point? Where do they think this thing's gonna go? Let me bring it up here. So hopefully,
Did you see Elon Musk talking about Doug and Bob when he completely stutters and he says he's adrenalized and stuff? It's really weird. Have you seen that? I think it was in Richard Lopez's channel. But really bizarre. I mean, the guy gets away. If you've seen his Hyperloop project, it's like the trains is supposed to go 700 miles an hour then inside a tube.
Guy's out of his mind. Yeah, underneath the ground in LA and stuff. Yeah, sure.
He gets away with anything, and people really just love. I guess it's funding pumped into these little engineering projects where they take all this money and they claim they're going to do these things for the future, and it never happens. And it's over and over and over again, and the guy still gets away with it. It's quite remarkable. I mean, never seen anything like it in history.
So here's the thing.
Oh, I don't know about that. How many times have they told us that they're going to go space projects? We're going to be on Mars. Da, 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 da. I mean, it's a common theme, I think. Go ahead, Jaron.
Just pointing out, this thing is called Starship. And from what I've seen, what happens here, Steve, is this thing launches like 100 feet in the sky. And then it lands, and everybody's really impressed, and it's this tin can that he can fly. But like over here on the side, you'll see how will SpaceX's Starship get to Mars and back? So somehow I think is what the propaganda that they're trying to sell people is that this tin can will eventually fly to Mars. Let me just show you what it does here. See if I can find. I just don't get it. I'm like very shocked that this is even. So they launched this thing. Whether you believe this is real footage or not, again, could you put a helium in here and this be an aluminum cover? I don't know what's going on. But the thing goes 100 feet in the sky. Let me turn down the volume. Goes 100 feet in the sky and just comes back and lands, and everybody goes freaking nuts.
Bonkers.
And I'm talking literally.
So we're going to Mars. We're going to Mars in a thermos.
Yeah, that's the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Dude, it literally looks like the shaving can, the old school shaving cans.
Yeah, it does.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah. Barbasol.
It's
Brought
like
to you
that
by
AA battery or something.
And the other thing
Double
is like
battery.
the bringing back of this Doug and Bob from the space station, and they drop in the ocean, and these guys go and pick them up. I don't know how they fooled the world in the fact that supposedly we did that 50 years ago, but not. They didn't just launch to 250 miles away. They went 250,000 miles away, landed a craft. People got out, danced around, were there for days, came back and dropped in the water, and we went and picked them up. So people were all excited, like nothing I've ever seen before, about something that happened already 50 years ago. Even if you believe that. Of course, I don't believe that. But they've convinced the world, every space fan thinks it's the greatest thing in the world, that America was able to drop some astronauts out of a plane into the ocean, and a boat went and picked them up. That's literally what's happened, is they put people in a little capsule, dropped them out of a plane into the ocean, a boat goes and picks them up, and people think it's newsworthy.
Even if you believe them, it's super boring because these people just went to this International Space Station. They make a big deal out of it, right?
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
It's so stupid. I just don't understand. And all these channels do. Look at this guy, Scott Manley, 300,000 views, and his video is called SpaceX's Shiny. Let me get there. Come on.
I mean, that's a vibrator. You just showed a dildo. That's a vibrator shooting through the
SpaceX's shiny stainless steel Starship prototype takes flight for the first time, and he's got 300,000 views. And again, look at this. But what is the? I don't understand. What is the point? Like, what do they say this will be able to do? Eventually, fly to the city next to you, or
that's CGI than Ross and I use, and we're using iMovies. That's CGI. That's terrible.
Yeah, it's so bad. And it
and
really goes up nowhere.
It's just being held up with this jet under it, and it's...
Yeah, and then
there's a little pink stream. Where's the rocket? Come on.
Now, if I believe that this is real, all I believe that is a very, almost like the Hindenburg, right? You can make a steel outer frame and then put helium in it and maybe fly it 100 feet and land it. Big deal. What are people thinking, that this thing is going to go to Mars? If right now we're able to launch this thing 100 feet, then maybe in the year 4600 would it be able to go to Mars? What are people? I don't get it. What are people excited about?
How is it that this thing is so wonky and the rockets that they launched the big rocket with land on like the boat in the middle of the ocean perfectly, but this thing is like barely doing anything?
Doing anything. It doesn't make any, and then for this thing to operate like it does, where this is even their stupid story that Mars has 1% of the atmosphere. How would this thing ever work on Mars then?
But what are they going to live in? Where's the living containment? You're going to launch a toothpaste tub to Mars and live in what?
It's the dumbest thing
Mars,
ever.
where's the where's the
coach.
domed houses and all that? Where's the houses?
But I think this is the kind of TikTok world that we're in, where people have a literal 10-second attention span. Right, so they see this and they, oh, great, space travel, we're gonna one day go, and then they move on with their life and they do something else. And if anybody ever says, well, space travel isn't real, but I saw the Star Hopper, I saw Bob and Doug get dropped in the ocean. They just don't have the attention span to realize that. What does that mean? What is that doing? And again, there's people out there who say, oh, because that capsule was dropped in the ocean and some pleasure boats came up alongside of it, they're like, well, that's proof that it's real. It's like, no, we're saying that they dropped that capsule, just like they did in 1969 and 70 and 71, out of a plane into the water. So the fact that boats pull up to the capsule that came out of a plane proves nothing, other than even if you want to believe that. Again, I don't even believe that that's the case. I mean, what are these pleasure boats just happen to be out in the ocean and this thing happened to drop next to them? There was no, they didn't care that it could drop on top of a boat and kill a bunch of people? Come on. Can't believe
It's kind
that.
of like, when they put them in a blanket when they come back and land and they're in a blanket in a spacesuit, and you're like, what, your spacesuit can go out in the middle of deep cold space, but you need a blanket?
Right.
And they pretend to stumble and stuff. There's
That is so
different
bad.
things.
The whole thing. Yeah, and then they come back in the water. And I mean, you're right. I mean, they put sunglasses on these guys. They got to give the thumbs up that they're okay. It's just, it's sickening to me. So yeah, this is the Star Hopper thing. I don't get it, but based on what Bonnie was saying, Bob, what did you think of the whole Bob and Doug thing? Just more nonsense, right? And I'm sure you're appalled that they had to put your name in there.
Yeah, yeah, obviously. Yeah, it's just BS. It totally is. And of course, whenever I hear Bob and Doug McKenzie, I'm sure just like everybody else,
Right.
I think of the song "Take Off" by Rush, right? The comedy duo. But and that's what it is. It's just comedy. It's ridiculous, and it's mockery. So
Yeah, it has to be.
I don't know what else to say about it.
CGI and mockery, and again, like people have said, there's no camera of these guys coming back in the craft hitting the water. None of it makes sense to me. I don't know, and that shouldn't be. Imagine if someone said humans have the capability of putting people inside of a capsule, dropping it out of a plane, and it floats down into the water with parachutes. You'd be like, yeah, no shit. Of course we have the capability to do that. People skydive. They jump out of planes, and they've got a parachute. So why wouldn't you be able to push a capsule out of a plane and have it float down into the ocean with parachutes?
Yeah, one of the
ridiculous.
key moments is the reentry itself, right? If you try to,
So stupid.
anybody who wants to research it for themselves can look at the videos from the reentries, and you're going to see how it doesn't make any sense from Apollo 11 forward.
No, and just the whole thing about, I mean, they have these, if they want the craft to come back to Earth, then they just say, oh, it doesn't burn up in the atmosphere. And if they want to never have to explain what happens to things, they tell you it burns up in the atmosphere. It's that simple. It's that easy. I mean,
Hey guys, joining in. This is UAP.
What's up, UAP?
How you doing?
Hey.
How's everyone doing? Enjoying the show so far?
Awesome.
Yeah, I was just gonna chime in, but Jaron said it. They decide when it burns up. I love it.
Oh, it's so great. I mean, it's just if they don't want you to have to worry about where some element of their rocket goes, they tell you, oh, it burns up in the atmosphere on the way back. And if they want to bring people back, then they say, oh, the craft that they're in doesn't burn back. It skips along the heated atmosphere. It's just so stupid.
But it's for the kids. When we were all kids, all of us are in our 40s, 50s, whatever we're in. You remember back in third grade? Now when we look at NASA footage from the 70s or 80s, it's crap, right?
Oh, so bad.
We believe that shit in science class. I was in school when they came on the intercom and said, what the Columbia or Challenger, remember they said it blew up and the teacher died. We believed that shit because we were little kids. So this isn't for us. They know we'll be gone. This is for the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Not us. They know we know this is crap. This is so they can sell it to the next generation who doesn't know this is crap like we didn't know.
And they have to constantly build up these guys and make them heroes. Why? Because I think that those guys know that they're lying, Bob and Doug, right? But they've been told that this is for a greater purpose. And I really do think it comes down to a fear of religion. So I really do think that what they've told these astronauts and the whole entire space community and these guys who are in the know is if the world ever found out that we're on a flat, motionless plane that was created, the very first thing people would do is look to religious leaders. And they're going to say, look, we don't want the Catholic Church or the Vatican in charge of people. Look what they've done. They've raped these boys. They've done all these terrible things. And so they've convinced these guys that this is the best path for humanity to believe in this falsity, that we can star hop and we can go out in space and that the Earth is a ball and that we're one of, because it inspires people and it makes children reach for the stars. And if they ever found out that we can't go anywhere, well, they would become very ground-based and they would look to spirituality and people would start believing in things that aren't that's why I think the whole reason is behind it. So they have to build these guys up and make them look like superstars and heroes.
Jaron, I have a question. What do you think about them telling children, which they do every single time, you can be an astronaut and you can go float among the stars and all this kind of stuff, because they know at least that they can't do. But in fact, I think most of the things that they tell them to reach for and to strive to do are make work tasks that are impossible. A lot of things are possible, but the things that they specifically call for, like going to Mars and walking around on it, they know are not going to happen. They know that is, by the definition of the word, impossible, yet they always point to that. Why would they? I don't know how they could justify that the same way. I don't know what you think about it.
I think they think it inspires people, right? If you can reach for the stars, then people will want to do anything and they'll want to build anything. And a lot of things that they do, I think, ultimately might benefit the elite, right? They want people to be thinking outside the box. And I still think in some way, I don't know about you guys, but maybe NASA and these other guys still think that eventually they'll be able to get out of here. whether it's through stargates, whether it's through I still think that the occult, that they think that it's possible to leave this realm, that don't you guys think that they must have some belief in that?
Yeah, I don't know what they know, because they've been to, that they know more about Antarctica than we know. But one thing that I noticed as I was writing about some of these questions as well, is that through some of NASA's formulas, especially the one that I was looking at, which is JPL's Visions of the Future, with all those posters, and what they say there, they place responsibility on children to be the explorers from the future. So they have this script of the hero explorer, but it is the future generations that are going to jump in. And the idea is just to, the most, the easiest to understand idea is that they're going to be funneling these children into STEM projects. We're getting the big funding from all the companies that are behind STEM, and NASA is a propaganda front, and that's all the aerospace companies and all that Jaron talks about, the industry, huge industry. That's one explanation, but I think it's interesting just the way they manipulate and how they attack the children. I'm not sure, how they convince, like Jaron, like you're saying, what is it? I think one of the ways that they talk about is inspiration, but it really is for science, right? How many times do they repeat science?
Right.
You have made videos about it, right?
So can I jump in? I have a very esoteric proposal, not answer to this. And Jaron was talking about this before. It's not to inspire, it's to take away inspiration, because if you think about it like this, if I told you all, for the next 3 months, whenever you go to sleep, you're going to remember anything you dream about, and anything you want to dream about will happen in your dream, and you'll remember it, right? Mm-hmm. What would you do the first 3 nights? You'll be out doing whatever the hell, whatever you want, your heart desire. And you'll do this for 2 or 3 months and stuff. How soon until you get bored because you know the outcome, because you're planning it, right? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. If I said you're in control of your dreams and your heart's desire is your outcome and you'll know it, you will get bored after 3 months, because you'll say, this is no fun, there's no adventure, there's no excitement, there's no mystery. See?
Yeah.
So
you're absolutely.
Do you see what I'm saying? So we're also in that state here. They're Disney. We take your imagination. We take your Batman.
They provide the props, right? They provide the characters. They provide the names of the characters. I was looking at Toy Story, for instance, which has lots of space in it. Buzz Lightyear and Woody. Woody Buzz. That's really sketchy, right? Because that's sexual kind of Buzz into Woody. Woody being the best friend of Andy. And then they have the little aliens and have the dinosaur. So the inspiration there from that is to control the entire the child to be playing with these toys and reliving the scripts from the film and rewatching these films over and over again. So like you're saying, the imagination has been hijacked.
Imagination. Disney's slogan is something like their logo is something like imagine. They take your imagination. When I was a kid, I grew up in the early 70s. If I wanted to be Gene Simmons from Kiss for Halloween, my mom had to make me a costume and buy a broom for the band. We made the Badlands guitar. I couldn't go to Target and buy a Gene Simmons costume. You know what I mean? We made it. Now, do you do that? Your kids don't go out and make their own. Whose kids make their own Halloween costume? It's bought and paid for and there for you. Right. See what I mean? And this is what Jaron was talking about before. They're taking away our imagination. They're telling you how reality is so that you don't imagine, which is all we're here for. You're not supposed to know how the sun works. That's why Flat Earth is great. We're like, we still don't know what the hell the moon is. We don't know what the sun is. We know what it isn't. Right. We know it isn't where they say it is. But ask anyone, what is it then? We're like, we don't know.
No, and those are signs
if you knew, what's the point of all we're doing here? What's the point of this channel if you knew?
Right, if you knew everything and exactly how it worked, and that light takes 1,000,000 years to get from the center of the sun to the outside, that's just nonsense. And I think that the magnificence of the sun is proof of the Creator, and it's really the reminder that you need that, wow, we are really in this created place, and it's amazing, and we should be doing, like you said, these spiritual inspiration things where there is no spiritual inspiration anymore. And I don't doubt when you talk about these vaccines that they're trying to force on people, I don't doubt that those things are removing things, that maybe they're learning ways to intercept or clog or destroy spirituality in children, and that's why they do it right away. And who knows, maybe we're at a point now where it's a lot harder to get to those places that people were like the Egyptians or people not too long ago were able to get to, because we've been medically and toxically, if you talk about food, water, air, think of how they've destroyed everything. It wouldn't surprise me if we're not even able to find the truth anymore because they've blocked it.
Yeah, I'd say you only use 90% of your brain, and you're like, but did our ancients use 80 or 100%? You know, like
right,
we might use 10%, but did they used to use 100? Is that how they figured all this crap out?
Yeah, and remember that the scientists who came over from the Operation Paperclip, they were into using chemicals to alter, not only for their own eugenics purposes, but for creating soldiers and so on. So they're experimenting with psychiatric drugs, and they do that, and then later these can be rolled out into the public in various forms, and who will ever know?
Who would know?
What is it that it's the stuff that they're taking, right? They could just push whatever they want to do the kinds of things that Jaron is suggesting. And they have tested things on it. They have sprayed populations in the United States, in Tennessee, and in San Francisco, and those things are well known. So there's no way that, I mean, it's horrible,
so
right? How can people do that?
So
How
step
can
one
people
is
even...
really that knowledge, right? Step one is really realizing that, accepting that, and then having a critical eye. Of course, their idea is so funny how they co-opt everything, right? They've now stolen the idea of skepticism. Skepticism now means full belief in science. Full belief and never doubting a thing that science says. That's skepticism. When real skepticism
and
evolution,
means to be evolution, big deal.
Oh, right.
It's not
exactly.
even science, right? It's that Big Bang evolution, atheism.
It's a story. Like if you don't believe in their story, it's like if you don't believe in Narnia, then being a skeptic is.
That's what I was going to say. The sinister nature of the story that they tell is evident in this one video of Carl Sagan from the Cosmos series, where he enters a classroom around 1980, and he goes into this elementary school. You know, he's in the elementary school where he grew up, and all this stuff, and he's talking to these kids, and in the analysis I did of it, and in one of the comments I read, somebody wrote, I totally agree with, you can see the light go out in some of the children's eyes throughout that presentation. And it's just, I think what it's about. I think the whole narrative of fake space, outer space, the story of it, what it hides, the reality or the truth of what it hides, even though it's something that's wondrous, meaning we wonder, we don't know everything, we don't claim to know everything, but it takes the wonder out. And when you see that happen in a child's eyes, I think it's a great tragedy.
So when
exactly, there's nothing left to discover anymore. It's all been done for us.
Right.
But don't you guys see the same thing happen when you're talking flat Earth almost sometimes, and you see the wonder go out of people's eyes? Because to me, and the Earth's flat, but the reason Ross and I stay out of it, the movement as it's called, is because it has, for certain people in it, not you guys, there is a religious undertone, and the wonder goes out eyes, because like we have all the answers, and like you don't have fucking shit. You know what isn't. You don't know what is. And I get a little bit afraid of flat Earth because it has a religious undertone in certain people in it. They're very overzealous. Do you agree or not?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know how you would disagree with
How
that.
can you avoid that?
Yeah, I mean that's really why a lot of us on the show and started Globebusters and really chose not to talk about that subject, because it's very easy. I mean, how easy is it to say, "Yep, the Bible says flat Earth, therefore I believe that." How is that any different than the people who say science says the Earth is round and I believe that?
Yeah, who wrote the Bible?
Right, exactly.
Somebody wrote that thing. God didn't write it.
Yeah, I used to have a way of delineating like levels of how like fundamentally religious somebody is, and at the extreme end of like the conservative, like anti-science, fundamentally religious person, I said like the homeschool, home birth crowd. so like homeschool is bad enough, and then home birth was the worst. Now that's how I used to look at it, but now I'm, especially in the past year, I'm absolutely in favor of the home birth idea, because hospitals are where sick people go to die, and where mistakes are made and covered up and everything. It's I don't want to go near a hospital.
We had a home birth, and it was incredible, and I think Jaren's going to have one too.
Yeah, you see what they do to a baby just in the first, there's a photo of a baby with all the needles that they put in the first few days, and it's horrifying. Just in the first few days,
It's crazy.
If you show what it is, yeah. And so, heck yeah, I mean, I used to think home birth, and usually that was religious people or whatever, but yeah, I've totally.
Here's recommended in the Netherlands. It's the recommended way to do it for midwives.
Well, that said, for me personally, my son was born C-section because my wife had a 1 in 100,000 heart-shaped uterus. They had to take it out, or she would have died in childbirth. That's that. So they took it out. Her mother is the head midwife who teaches the midwife school, who teaches the midwives. So, so he had to be C-section. They took out her uterus. I'm standing there around the green curtain, watching her mother and these doctors looking at her fucking uterus. But she would have died on the table. Do you see what I'm saying? So in my point of view on that situation, she would have died. I would have had to either have a kid and lose the mom. Do you see what I mean? So
yeah, my birth was like that too. My mom was eventually gonna die. It was over 20 hours, and they wanted to be a natural birth until they had to basically almost attack the doctor, so they do the C-section. But yeah, I mean, some cases, and my grandma's mother died in childbirth. So there's some cases it is a dangerous thing, and if you don't have the dilation, and also some women, they have the other side of the coin, which is pretty remarkable, and it's very rare that they don't feel pain with childbirth. So it's a spectrum. Sometimes you need the intervention.
Talking, I'm saying that there is an objective reality, but I don't think that a lot of people live in objective reality. I think there is something to subjective reality. And there's a lot of people where if you're trying to tell the earth is flat, there is really a God, there's a dome, to them in their lifestyle, they're saying, this does me no good. They don't want to listen to you because they're like, this sucks, because I live a life, I'm having a good old time doing whatever, banging prostitutes and doing drugs in Mexico and whatever the fuck they're doing. And you say, well, there's a consequence to that. And they go, I don't want there to be a consequence to that. So there's no way in hell I'm going to listen to you, because it's better my way.
Yeah. Oh, well, I mean, I just tell them. That's how I look at it. I mean, if you want to tell the truth, you just do it, and they just do whatever they want with it either way. It's just like with, just letting them know that you've been indoctrinated, I think is doing anybody a favor. Like with the home birth type stuff, you can see how much they push going into the hospital. Like, you're a nut if you don't automatically demand, it's always like rush to the hospital, and in the instances described, that are fairly rare. Yeah, you would want to be there, but I don't know if the time would make the difference in those cases. But for the most part, based on what will happen, what's guaranteed, you got to think. I think it's worthwhile to think twice about it.
Yeah, you got to wonder though. Sometimes, UAP, they say we got the same story. I think with our first my first son when he was born, Brandon. His mother was in labor for 20 plus hours, and finally a new doctor came on shift, and he goes, well, what size shoe do you wear? And I'm like, size 12. And he goes, oh, that's it, we have to have a C-section, or she may not make it, or it may stress the baby. And I'm like, what? I mean, that was completely absurd to me. But I was just thinking, well, maybe it's because Sonia, his mother was only 5'1.5" and like 95 pounds, and I'm, 6'5" and all this stuff. And I was thinking, well, maybe because I'm such a big guy or whatever. But I have to wonder if for whatever reason they really want to push these C-section births, for some sort of other agenda, maybe
like profit.
Yeah, well, that or maybe it has some other type of psychological impact like circumcision or something like that. And they tell you, well, if you don't get this, then the mother could die. But is that really true? And how do they really know that?
Yeah,
I don't know.
They're covered against that. I mean, they're covered against the liability of saying something that isn't true like that. First of all, they have the expert opinion that doesn't really get questioned unless it goes for review before a board. But these board reviews don't center around questions like that. They just defer to the doctor. And I know for a fact, like in the case of heart bypass surgeries and things like that, many of them have been performed that were not necessary at all. And the operations performed, like the angioplasty, or in the case of stents, for example, the stents have been found to cause more harm than good. It's like putting a ticking time bomb in if you do the stent, and they cover it up and hide it.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to births, when it comes to births, that C-section, the difference between the natural birth, say in a pool, on a bathtub, and the C-section, from what I heard from the midwives, is that the bacteria that comes out in the water, the baby comes out in the water, that is all really good for the baby. The bacteria that actually is on the mother, in everything that's in the water, even the bacteria that comes out from the anus, they said. And when you do the C-section, the baby doesn't get that first coating of bacteria, which is important.
Right.
So that's one of the things that I learned, and this new model, of course, the biome, the bacterial biome of your body, being very diverse, means that you're strong and healthy. So that's one of the things we even know from anthropological research, that children that play in trash and play outside in places that have a lot of contact with dirt,
Right.
they are stronger.
It's amazing that somehow it seems like just God had it right the first time, the natural birth, the keeping of the foreskin and all this stuff and all these things that they tell us, like my sisters all had their tonsils out. I never had my tonsils out. But for whatever reason, that was one of those things. It's like, well, if you don't have your tonsils out, you're going to be susceptible to infections your whole life. I mean, you think back on all that stuff and it's just a bunch of horse shit. And I think that, ultimately somewhere up the chain, they're doing that just to ultimately weaken the body from birth forward, quite literally. They try and put you at every single disadvantage that they can.
Plus make a little profit. It's like Del Bigtree says, right? That, vaccines is taking what nature does naturally, what it does without any need for any intervention. It does it for free, and it tries to make a profit off of it. And of course, in the end, does it injure some children? Absolutely. Does it cause some problems later? Yeah, absolutely. Does it make you more susceptible? Absolutely. But they can make a little money off doing it, and if it damages people in the long run, that only makes them sicker, which does what? Makes big pharma more money.
Makes more money.
Right.
Yeah.
So why would they not do that? If you think about
the space
these
industry, you look at, but because like you're exactly, Jaron, but these doctors were trained. The doctor's not in a conspiracy against your kid to bacterially.
Absolutely not. No, it's what I was talking about.
And it's the same. How many people do you guys think in all of NASA and their contractors know what they're doing is full of shit? And how many people do you really think they're actually got people up there?
Very few, very few. I mean, maybe the astronauts and a few of their people. I mean, I think even for the most part, the people at the neutral buoyancy lab don't even know.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the place that the astronauts can get practice for their spacewalks and everything else, and probably the divers that help them there probably don't even know. Those people think they're all getting ready for some space mission, and then when they go do it at the location that they absolutely do it, they only have the people that need to know there.
Yeah, but you got to wonder, Jaron. I mean, when you look at just from the clips that we've seen of the neutral buoyancy lab, where they have the green screen and they have all that stuff,
it's pretty true.
And they have the control room. It's like, how could you possibly work there and not wonder about that, right? How could you be that freaking dumb
when they're using
to not suspect
that? They should know, right?
They've all heard it, I'm sure, like from somebody,
Yeah,
like somebody like kind of harangues them a little bit.
Remember, I showed the image on the wall too, where it's the rocket going up and breaking through the dome, and the guy with the tool, or the scuba diver bringing the astronaut the tools. It's like
right. Their symbol, their freaking logo.
Their logo is right there. So,
In ESA, in Europe, it's shenanigans is on the badge for it. Shenanigans.
Shenanigans.
It says it. Yeah. For the neutral buoyancy lab. Yeah.
Bob, did you see how we took phone calls on Friday? I don't know if you watched Friday's show.
I know that you did, but I didn't catch much of that because we were right in the middle of the move.
I'll show you because it's we're gonna have to adopt this for Globebusters and basically every show I do because it works so much better than Google Voice or anything. I'll show you, and I'll put the link on the screen so everybody watching, if you're interested in jumping aboard, if you want to ask us a question or make a comment, we're gonna try and keep them short because I'm sure we'll get a few people, and if nobody calls in, well then maybe we won't have it. But I'll put the link on the screen now. So it's tinyurl.com/gbcalls. for Globebuster calls. And Bob, what we do is we just open up. You can see my screen, right, Bob?
Yeah, I see your OBS.
Yeah, so all you do is you open a StreamYard like I did here, and this is free for everybody. And you'll see here in a few seconds that people that, let's see here, what can I add to stream? Yeah, so people that start showing up will start showing up down here at the bottom of the screen, and they'll be in like a call queue. It'll say their name, and then I just add them to the call, and you guys can hear them, and they can hear us, and it works really well.
That's cool as hell. Yeah. And that's part of the free service?
Yeah, that's part of the free service because you're allowed to have. So, again, we'll see if anybody actually joins. It'd be easier. Hopefully some people join, but I know there's a delay.
Yeah, because I was thinking about doing the subscription StreamYard.
Well, I did too, and I did it for the first month, but I'm not a big fan of it. I probably won't do it next month. But you don't need the... See, so right here, you'll see this person here, Paul, is already here. So...
Kind of like Google Hangout.
Say it again.
Kind of like Google Hangout. So, right?
Yeah,
so
I think.
We just got into a big echo from.
Yeah.
Is there an echo?
Well, there was. It's like Rodrigo's audio went down to nothing, and then it was echoing. So that, at least that's what it was for me.
Yeah, I heard an echo as well, but now it's gone.
Can I call in to Karen before you take calls?
Can you what?
I would like to call in to Karen before you take calls if she's still here.
Okay, call in to Karen. Go ahead.
Karen, are you here?
She's got to get back to her computer and unmute. Hello, Karen.
All right. Well, we do see Paul and Donald, David, Duck, and Bill. I see you guys lined up. The first person, Paul, whoever you are, you have not connected your mic.
I'll call in later.
Okay, yeah, we'll have you talk to Karen later. Paul, just so you know, you don't have your mic or camera connected, so we can't talk to you. But there you go. All right, so I'm going to add Paul to the stream, so you just click here, Bob, and then watch. All right, Paul, you're on the air. What's going on?
Evening, Bob.
How are you?
Can you guys hear me? Is there a little bit of a lag like the Monday Night Raw show?
Absolutely not. It's instant.
Okay,
yeah,
there is
I hear
a little
you fine,
bit of an
Paul.
echo though. There is an echo. Just saying.
There wasn't the other day. I don't know what would be causing that.
Well, sometimes your sound mixer board does that, Jaron. It's, I really wish you'd get rid of that board. But I've told you that a million times.
Yeah, but you use audio, whatchamacallit?
Virtual audio cable,
See, I don't have to use any of that. It's basically the same thing. That's what my mixer does. But on Friday, we didn't have any echo problems. So, if you have an echo, you probably have the show on. Paul.
No, I'm on my PC, so you guys are muted on the D Live. I just have you on this side. Plus, I have a pretty decent condenser mic, so I should be clear.
Cool. Yeah, you sound pretty good.
I hear you fine.
Yeah. I'm so glad I got you and Bob today, Jaron, because I want to crystallize this as fast as possible, so you guys can get to other callers. As people wake up, and we all go through these different levels of waking up. Of course, you've got the meatball level. You've got Joe the Toe, and so forth, and Steven Crowder, all of them. We've got different levels of where people are. I truly believe that this pandemic card was played, and I'm with David Weiss on this, is because the overall consciousness, the level of consciousness was rising way too fast. Now think about it this way. As adults now, as you're in your 40s or 30s, not sure, Bob as well, everybody's in their sort of like we're in our mid-tier age group. Think about the generation after us. They're going to be much younger. Generation Z is already waking up. They're only 16, 17. So their consciousness is already rising so far beyond ours. And they're going to gain experience way fast. I'm not talking like a game, but they're going to level up much faster than we did. But At the end of the day, these elites, what they have that none of us have is they have think tanks that are looking into the future of what to expect so they can counter us. Now I'll give you guys a prize if you can guess who those think tanks are. If you can name a few of them.
Council
Do you know who
on
they
Foreign
are?
Relations. I don't know.
Do you know who they are?
CFR, Royal Institute of International Affairs,
Bilderberg.
the Bilderberg Group, the Round Table.
Cambridge Analytica.
Yeah, Cambridge Analytica. Yeah.
Okay, Atlantic, right?
Even,
Atlantic.
even the
Now-
lower ones, the local councils,
Sure. Those are the
Common
ones for the
Core and
elites,
Common
right?
Purpose
Those are the ones for the elites. But I'm talking about the real on the ground, boots on the ground think tanks, and those think tanks are called Globebusters, Jeranism, Friday
Right,
Night
that's-
Lounge. They are listed. Here's the thing, Jared.
Yeah, it's
There's one
true.
thing that I do follow as far as these patterns go, and like Owen, Big Bear always talks about patterns and stuff, but. You have to understand that when Jaron started breaking down all of the ISS footage and when he went to the website and started pointing out all the defects of the camera, the live feed, guess what? It disappeared.
Yeah, they changed
When
it.
he went onto the website for the 24-hour sun on the South Pole and he started to get all the footage, put it all together, made a video, guess what? Within a matter of a few months, gone. That's scrubbed off the internet. I tried to find it. I wanted to prove Jaron wrong because I wanted to find the 24-hour footage where I would see the shadow of the stick go all the way around. And I couldn't. I just couldn't. They scrubbed it.
Yeah.
And that's how I found you, by the way, Jaron. And so you guys, when you guys have these shows and when you're out there talking, they are listening. They're not gonna cancel you guys. You're not gonna be canceled. You will be censored and you'll have a limited audience, but they want you to continue on because this think tank right here, it's free.
Yeah, it
This
helps them.
think tank right here is gonna be predicting the next model for them.
So what's your suggestion? Do we stop or do we just keep going doing what we're doing? Because you're right, we are building. When we point out the problems with the heliocentric model, it just helps them correct those issues.
I know.
Yeah.
And Paul, I hate to say it, but I agree with you, and I'm not trying to be egotistical or anything, but we thought this quite a bit. It's like they've got to be listening to us. Sometimes we've seen them respond, directly. I mean, absolutely directly. And
like
of course,
putting
Globers would say
putting Stephen Hawking on the ALS list after we
Let
point
me-
out that
let
he
me-
wasn't on it.
exactly. Yeah, but I
Now-
mean, they do seem to be, listening to what we're saying. And honestly, I have wondered why we haven't been more severely come down on.
Listen to me,
it's
Bob.
what you're saying makes
you-
sense.
You are
Yeah,
a
we talked
free
about
think
this,
tank.
Bob. Remember?
They
It's
sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead. please.
Well, it's disconcerting, yeah, because it's like, well, are we? You feel some trepidation because you wonder, are we accelerating or contributing to any of the ills, not by choice or not that we are causing any of it, but just by implication of action.
Right.
That's what we discussed.
Okay, so like I said, I want to try to get other people to get a chance to, but here's my point, guys. There are many different levels of people waking up. I mean, to get this far ahead, I know you guys have already thought about this, and I understand that some of you even question, why am I not canceled? You're not canceled because of this reason. They need you more than they need those think tanks because they cannot create. You guys can create. We create. All of us create. We are creators. Their inbreeding has caused them mental deficiencies. God knows what else they have, blood disorders, who knows? They're all inbred. You look at the royal family and see what's happening. They're trying to distance themselves away from that stuff.
Right.
But you can't. It's not possible. We can because we are creators. And the closer I was an atheist, but I got mentored by somebody who had the privilege to go to Switzerland to understand what CERN is, to see those things. I talked about it a little bit. I gave Alex a little bit of gravy on his show the other day, a few weeks ago. And I got mentored by somebody. So it kind of helped out. But at that time, I was an atheist. I didn't believe in God. But all these people, all of them, when they get up to those high levels and they see their reflection in the mirror and they see that whatever's on the other side is actually responding and sort of coercing them into doing these things, they reel it back in and they believe in God very fast. At the highest levels, all of these scientists, the ones that are making CERN, by the way, there's a few of them right here in the United States right now. looking to maybe build another one in Colorado, but I'll just leave it at that. But they believe in God.
Well, thanks, Paul. I really appreciate the call. I'm going to let you go just because we have so many people waiting. But
sure.
Thanks. Call back anytime when we do this. I really appreciate you being the first one today.
Can I just say that's the best call-in I've ever heard on any radio show in my life, and I'm pushing 50. And he's right. If you look at Sun Tzu, The Art of War, which all the elites studied, they're the only ones who read Sun Tzu. Know thy enemy. He's right. They don't even have to pay us to study us.
Right.
We're doing it for them.
We do it for them, and yeah, exactly. And it's scary, and that's I always get people to ask the question, well, if you're telling the truth, why don't they just get rid of you? And that would be like the caller just said, it would be a problem for them that they wouldn't be able to piggyback off what we say or learn what we're discovering anymore. And again, I mean, that would be the worst thing for people to find out. Oh, Jaron and Globebusters and all these channels got taken down because people would then ask why. All right, let's.
Yeah, I think there's a little bit. There's something else as well, because even if they censor us, they could follow us what we're saying amongst ourselves. Say they censor us, right? We go find a way to communicate but they don't want that. They want to see also the reactions. They're looking at the whole thing. I think more than just what we're saying, but they want us to probably be doing things spontaneously.
And then if you get too big, I do think that they knock you around a little bit. They don't want. Yeah, I mean, they don't want you being too big. They don't want us being on, on the Channel 7, on TV. They don't want that.
Yeah.
All right.
Unless it is to make it look ridiculous, right?
Right. Well, then of course.
Set pieces. Yeah.
Let's go with Donald David Duck. Welcome to the show.
Hi guys.
By the way,
can you hear me all right?
I heard you guys were calling me.
Oh, Karen, we'll do you right after this call. We'll not do you. We'll have you talk. Sorry. There'll be no doing Karen today. All right, Donald, go ahead.
Yeah, hi, this is Donald David Duck. You can find me on the search engines, #Sandy Hook update. Anyway, my great uncle told me the Earth was flat when I was 3 years old, and he said, "Don't ever let them tell you differently."
Wow.
But I let the school tell me differently. And I'm very sad about it. Now that I found out all this stuff after I caught up with you guys, wow, man, he was so right about so many things. Amazing. But
all right.
What else? Let's see. It's just so much. I lived in Connecticut. I met that teacher, the one that they said that got shot. I saw her later in the tourist district after she was supposedly dead. She should have seen her eyes, man. Look at me, like wow. Because I'd already been telling my story to the world about how I met her, and she told me about how they're actors and entertainment, and the kids were special over there. And I only saw the sign after I met her. I started seeing the Sandy Hook sign. So I think they're playing about 10 years before. But I mean, other things I'd like to talk about. There's just so many things. And when you get on the phone, you forget,
Well, we got some people waiting. So ask a question, or you have anything else, or are you good?
I mean, I don't know. It's definitely flat. I mean, when I went to Ontario, I mean, that's the first time I realized it was flat on my own. And ever since then. But yeah, thank you guys so much for everything you've done. And you really made me understand even more than I did.
All right. Appreciate the call so much.
Why you thought it was flat once you got to Ontario?
Go ahead.
Oh, Lake Ontario. It's so flat and you can see so far. And I was snorkeling around and I could just tell, this is flat. This is all flat. And it was the first time I really had the realization. I flew plenty of times and I saw it was pretty darn flat from there too. I mean, I was wondering about, when am I going to see a curve? I rode on a few airplanes in my day.
The answer is never.
There you go. Oh, and the other thing about how the Earth is spinning, and I've been thinking about that, like, how is that going to work? How is that going to work? I'm going to float in place and let the Earth spin underneath me. And I wasted my life away thinking about it.
Yeah, we all did. We all making excuses and trying to make it work, and it just doesn't. Hey, appreciate the call so much. Thanks for calling in or clicking the link or whatever you did, typing in the link. Let's talk to Bill. Welcome to the show.
Hey, can you guys hear me all right?
Hear you great.
Awesome. So my wife and I are big fans of the show. We've been watching for a little over a year, and we had a home birth last June.
Nice.
And thanks. She's pregnant again and due in November. So we're going to do it again. And I just wanted to, since it's kind of like something that keeps coming up, we've been wanting to like share some information, and I've been like, hoping to catch you guys at a good time and call in. So I just wanted to say that doulas and midwives are not necessary for anyone that wants to do this and maybe thinks that they can't afford that service or something. We did it without anyone, and you can do that too. In fact, we found out that that's really, to each their own, right? But it's kind of like the midwives bring the medical industry home, and they have a contingency plan that doesn't necessarily involve you. Like, so if they decide that they're going to call 911, that you might as well have a nurse in your house.
Right.
And for some people that makes them comfortable. For us, once we understood that the medical system was satanic, for lack of a better word, which I do believe that Rockefeller funded allopathic medicine is a complete inversion of what it should be. They're selling a sickness, just like everything else is a lie. This is no exception to the rule. All institutions have been compromised. And
yeah, I don't disagree with that at all.
Yeah.
I don't think the doctors and nurses are necessarily aware openly that they are, practicing something that is, quote unquote satanic, but the overall premise of it, you're 100% right. It's absolutely backwards from what it should be.
Yeah, and I don't think that they know, because if they did, they would say something, but they're very they're just trying to pay their student loans, and they have a job to do, and they're more indoctrinated than any of us. They went to school for extra years and paid extra money to go feel extra important, and they get a godlike complex, and especially now that they're considered heroes, or whatever, but. I also wanted to say about the C-sections and the what you guys were talking about earlier, how that maybe money is why that they would want to do that. I want to say that I don't believe that this system needs money like it needs our souls. And just like circumcision causes birth trauma, every single thing that the medical industry does to expecting mothers and babies causes birth trauma, whether it's an ultrasound or, just literally every single thing. You can just apply it across the board to that model. And it has like a really negative effect on the outcome. It doesn't always present itself until later. Some of this is like pretty deep. You guys should look up Janice Barcelo. She's done a lot of work on this. I don't know if you're familiar with her. She did a book.
And Bill, let me ask you real quick, just so I understand what you're saying. So when you are having your baby in November, it will be just your wife and you at the house?
That's correct.
Wow. Amazing.
Mm-hmm. That's brave. Yeah. I can see where you're coming from in doing that, but honestly, if something happened, a complication arose, I would absolutely freak out. So I hope you are well versed in what to do, should something like that happen.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that, because that's a common reaction. We've had this conversation with several of our friends and everything, and it's like, that's a common reaction. But the truth of the matter is, there is an extremely limited amount of things that they can do to help. My wife is really of the opinion that they cannot do anything to help.
Well, we've kind of learned with our meetings already with the, I can see where he's coming from, Bob, because with the meetings we've already had with the midwives, it's basically like different exercises, different ways of laying down, getting in and out of the shower. Everything that they're talking about doing is like, and I could see once this baby comes, if everything goes easily, then I will look at it and say, well, what really did the midwives do other than provide kind of an idea of safety? And they talk to us about diet, and they've helped my wife with, okay, what kind of exercise are you doing, making sure that the baby is already got the head down, ready. Those are the kind of things that they're doing. But really, let me ask Rodrigo, because Rodrigo just had a midwife. Rodrigo, now that you've seen that and the way it went down, could you envision next time, let's just say, could you envision doing it without the midwives? Was there really anything that they did that you could not have done alone, or?
In our case, is a different system altogether in terms of the the medical system
Mhm.
and the way the midwives are kind of separate from the actual medical system. They don't recommend going to the hospital at all. And for us, the accompaniment we had, we felt very secure with the experience of the midwives and what they were saying. Like we met them personally, and basically it was just talking about and learning about births and what could happen, not happen, all the kinds of questions you had. So it was somebody who had experience with births that for us it was good to talk to. And then, Louisa, of course, we were doing all kinds of, she was researching it and knowing how deciding, of course, we're going to do it at home, we're going to do it in the bath and so on. And the model they use is minimal intervention. They didn't do anything and until the baby came out. And then, I wouldn't know exactly what to do. Of course, we delayed the cutting of the umbilical cord for a while. We didn't do the whole lotus birth, but they said if you want to do it, you can do it,
Mhm.
right? They didn't prevent us from doing it. They didn't say you have to do this and you have to do that. But the thing is, the birth can be traumatic, and you may have to have stitches, for instance. You may have to have, there's bleeding involved.
Right.
There's a placenta that may not come out, for instance.
Right.
And that may be a problem for some people. But
Right. Yeah, I wouldn't feel comfortable for sure doing it my first time. I just can't. I couldn't do it either. Like Bob said,
and if you don't
I
have
would
the
lose my
dilation,
mind
right?
if
Like
it
in the
doesn't
case of my
happen.
mom, for instance, like
Right.
if you don't have the dilation, it really doesn't come out, and then you have a complication.
Yeah.
And then because the reality is that you may have. So the thing is, like, the intervention, of course, is pushed too far. We know this.
Right.
Now it really actually, I do think that a lot comes down to the actual people. And having a sense for the people you're dealing with,
Right.
have you
It's going to
feeling
make it
for
so much easier.
yeah.
Hey,
But
Bill,
I
I'll
don't
give
know
you-
if I wouldn't be prepared, but Louisa's
some people, yeah.
sisters and herself, my wife, they were born in the home, and her father said a couple of them was without the doctor, without anyone, and it was not on a pool, and he thought it was he speaks of it as the most amazing thing that he ever experienced and so on. But there's that you have to just cover every possible thing that might go wrong, and the woman has to be the most confident that she knows what she's doing. I think that's the whole thing. She has to be prepared and knowing exactly all the circumstances. That's the way we were thinking, and that's the way we were supported. And the work that they did here, for me, it was incredible, and it was in the middle of the Corona crisis, and they weren't pushing any kind of measures, anything like this. So for us, it was like, and also because there's no family around, there's nobody could come here,
right.
All these things, we're isolated. So having that someone there who had experience at least with many births, and that we have met and talked to over all the 9 months, and who also, supported, never pushed vaccines, never pushed drugs.
Gotcha.
Always talked that it was what we wanted. So maybe we got lucky because that is a part of the system here. There's a lot of naturopaths. My neighbor is a naturopath who does not believe in vaccines and so on and so forth. So it really depends.
Okay. Hey, Bill, go ahead, and we have a lot of callers behind you, so give me your final comment.
Okay, last word. I just want to say there's a lot of fear injected into this scenario. Okay, and I'll ask you to consider what it's like when a cat gives birth in an alleyway, right? You know what I mean? And human beings have been here a long time before we built the first hospital. So just know that God has equipped women with everything that they need to deliver a baby into this world. And it to some extent there are things that can go wrong, right? I mean, it's just unavoidable, and it's just a very I would say that it's a very small percentage of a chance, and it's not going to be something that any kind of medical intervention is going to make any better or whatever. They're only going to make things worse and introduce problems for you. So I just put full faith in God. This is my wife. She's just totally confident and that's what it took, was her confidence and her power to bring this child into the world. And I just caught him. I mean, he bounced off the toilet seat, and I just caught him. It was hilarious. I loved it. It was the most amazing, beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. And yeah, for anyone who's this woke, I would highly suggest you look into Janice Barcelo. She names the J's, and she connects a lot of dots within the Luciferian medical system.
Right.
It's definitely worth looking into. And maybe you guys can have her on. I mean, she's still doing interviews and stuff. She's super cool.
All right, thanks a bunch. I really appreciate the call, Bill, and good luck. I wish
Yeah,
you nothing
you guys
but the
mind
best.
if I jump in just for 2 seconds? Bill, I agree with everything you're saying. It's beautiful, and I agree with you. My first daughter was born. We had a midwife because we had no insurance. She was not part of the hospital, so she came separate. We worked with her until the birth. She was there in the hospital, but not the staff. And then when my son was born, you know, my wife's mother was the head teaching midwife. So I would say midwifery was around before what you're talking about. It was homeopathic. So people should remember that midwifery is homeopathic. It's not from this degree. If something goes wrong, like everyone's saying, if something goes wrong and you and your wife don't know what to do medically, I would personally want one around, personally. But I agree with you. The odds that it happens are nothing. But if it does,
right.
That's all I
Depending on
would
where
say.
you're at, like different states have different restrictions on midwifery, and so like I don't know. I'll let you guys go. I just wanted to say that, and I appreciate everything, guys.
All right, thanks, Bill. Give us something
Yeah,
to think
if
about.
if you're well trained on it, I think if you're really well trained on how to do it and so on, if it was part of our education, right, and it should be, you know, you would be more comfortable about it right away. But yeah, after the first birth, it supposedly gets easier even.
Yeah. All right, let's go to RT. Welcome to the show. What can we do for you?
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Hey, great show, as always. I was just curious, the last couple of videos that Matt from Quantum of Conscious, he's gone out of his way to talk about, you know, enough is enough. Let's stop talking about flat Earth versus globe Earth. You know, there's enough evidence for both sides to be convinced of their story. And I don't know. To me, I'm left scratching my head. Of course, you know, so many of us love Matt, and he's got so many wonderful things. But it's kind of like I'm probably preaching to the choir here. But you know, to me, it's like the whole deception of the globe Earth, you know, versus flat is kind of like ground zero, if you will, of once you kind of go down that path, your eyes start opening up to all of the deceptions, and to just dismiss it seems disingenuous at best. And I don't know. Anyhow, I was just curious what you guys collectively thought.
Well, I watched that show. I like Matt. I watched that. I haven't seen what you're talking about, but I've heard him mention it a number of times before. And yeah, it's what I know what he's saying is he calls what I call the them or the they. He calls the not milk. And the not milk wants you to engage and fight with everybody over something that doesn't have an answer, you know, anything to divide and create negative energy that it feeds off of somehow, and that causes you to become attached to something about this world, like, oh, well, this world is a globe, or the shape of it, and being rooted and grounded in the reality that's presented, at least as you see it. And so I think he's talking more from a philosophical standpoint. Now, I think I've heard him refer to our realm as a snow globe. And so I think, I won't speak for him, but I would say, if he had to say one thing or the other, I'm certain that he would say that that it's probably not a globe, but I don't think he really believes that it's flat either, or that it would matter. I think he's just trying to, not get caught up in the argument, and he probably hasn't examined it quite as much as he has the other things, and so how formed his opinion would be, I don't know, but I think it's just a philosophical point that he's making to to not get mired in it, I think. But I don't personally agree with it. I think that it's nice to know what is and what is not, because it helps me to identify what he calls the not milk. You can identify it like with news reports and things like that start off with a globe. It's like a marker. It's like, he talks about the numbers being a signature of the reality. When you're getting hoaxed, the hoax codes show up somehow. It's not the lodge calling it in. It just shows up. Sometimes just on its own, seemingly. And to me, I would say, I think the globe is just that. When you see the globe involved in something, like a graduation ceremony for a degree, and they feature the globe for some reason, it's like some kind of a marker. Somebody's marking their territory, on some level. But that's just my personal view of it. But I've been a fan of his show, and I've listened to a lot of his stuff.
Yeah, he's awesome. Yeah. My whole opinion is to each their own. Like, I understand some people don't want to talk about certain subjects or think people shouldn't do certain things. I'm in the ballpark of you can do whatever you want on your own channel. That's the great thing about YouTube. That's the great thing about being a creator, is I might want to take my show in certain directions, and he might want to not. People, I just don't like the idea of telling other people what they can and can't do. If there's shows out there that want to debate every day and get into heated arguments, that's fine by me, because that's their show, and they have a certain audience that looks for that kind of content. And if they don't like it, then they'll come back and look at other content. And if people don't like the way I do my show, maybe they don't like the lounges, or they don't like taking calls, well, then they'll find something out there for them. So I get where he's coming from. I do understand what he's saying and kind of agree with him on a certain level. But on the other hand, I think it's important to wake people up. And it's one of the biggest deceptions, if not the biggest, and it's one of the easiest ways to get people to open their eyes to everything being a deception around them and really finding truth out there. So that's why I talk about it, and most of us. So just to let everybody know, there is 10 people waiting. So if you're trying to get in, that's why I took the link off the screen, is because I keep getting alerts that people are trying to join, and it's too packed. So if you're trying to join, that's why you can't get in. Anyway, did you have any
just
final...
one final thought just about it, is that just firing a bullet straight up and having it land near you pretty much solves the whole thing in my mind. But I don't know if he's looked into that. So yeah, that's it.
It's tough.
Right.
RT, go ahead and make a final comment.
I don't want to take any more time. Let others get in. But the other thing is, it's almost like for his channel, we probably just don't have an appreciation of how much, some of the real zealots. I think you all were talking about that earlier. Almost like the religious, the people that just pounce on him whenever he might say the planet or something, and he has to always kind of apologize in his videos, like, oh my gosh, here come all the people, dumping on me because I said, innocently said the word planet, just in having a description about, one of his narratives. And so part of it is that, and clearly, he's not about, that's not his space. And so I'm trying to just, like fill in the gaps, maybe, on my own, like you guys were doing, and give him certainly the benefit of the doubt. I'm not, I don't think there's anything
take the good, leave the bad, right?
Weird, or where yeah, exactly.
Haska's son just sent us. Thanks. Haska's son just sent a super chat saying Matt was saying that the realm will give you the evidence of what you believe, right? And we've heard the same thing from Max Egan. Max Egan tells people the Earth is both flat and a globe. We've heard it from a lot of people, and what they're basically saying is that if you believe in something strong enough and that's all you go looking for, that's the evidence that you'll find, right? Which is, may be true, but there's a lot of people who have done measurements and For instance, I just saw a video today of a sleeping warrior seeing a lighthouse from 32 miles away. Well, there again, the simple answer for the flat Earth is, yeah, I can see it. Now, the globe has an answer too, which, refraction, and you're seeing around the curve. So to me, there's so much added just nonsense. So, yeah, could you say that, you get the evidence for whatever you believe? Yeah, sure, if you want to believe that you're seeing behind curves and that things are magically floating up exactly to the horizon line, and that's why we're seeing so far, sure, I guess you can say that. I don't see it that way. I see a very simple, I see the lighthouse, I see too far. Your math for the globe doesn't work. We don't feel like we're spinning. If we were spinning, we'd be pulled towards the equator, all the things that we've been talking about. So there's a lot of easier evidence for me to tell that the Earth's a globe. Yeah, if I wanted to believe in the globe, that the Earth's flat. If I wanted to believe in the globe, could I find evidence of that? Sure, but I've got to add all kinds of nonsense to it, right? And I got to say, well, we don't feel like we're moving 2 million miles per hour because we were born here, and we only feel relative speed, and we're not. There's a whole magical world of nonsense I have to employ if I want to get to the point where I say that there's evidence for globe.
For me, the key difference is all of us were globe believers at one point in time because that's what we learned in school. True. We were all globe believers. So we have now, learned and researched and understood and had the ability to be open-minded enough to look at it. And so, anyhow.
All right, well, thanks
you guys,
for the call.
We're all singing from the same sheet music. Thank you so much.
Appreciate
it.
Take
care.
Yep. And sorry, everybody who's waiting. I know that we're not moving through as fast as we should, but the Driss is up next. Welcome to the show. And then we got the new guy, then Flat Matt, Shawnee MC, Mac, Chris, Colin, Jessica. We're getting to you. Hold on. If it's too long, feel free to bail out, but we'll try to get to as many as we can. We'll probably go for another, hour or so, if everybody wants to. Let's go with the Driss 567. Welcome to the show.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Hear you great.
Yeah, nice. So, hello, everybody. Hello, Globebuster. Hello, Jaron. I'm a very huge fan of all of you. I don't know if you can remember me, Jaron. Maybe I was the person in the chat maybe 2 or 3 years ago, which suggests you to see the Canigou Peak.
Oh, okay.
Remember?
Thank you.
Yeah, that was me, and I was very proud of it because you use this example all the time. So
constantly, yeah.
This is my little participation to all the flat Earth.
Okay, well, so
stuff.
everybody out there, all glory goes to the Driss for Canigou. He did point it out to me, and he said, "Go look at this mountain." Otherwise, how in the hell would I have ever known about the Canigou?
Yeah. I think so. Somebody else will have tell you. So it was just a matter of time.
Just giving you credit. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So what to say? Flat Earth since the maybe. Yeah, even before that, I am also a doctor, a general practitioner. So yeah, all this crazy stuff that's going on with the COVID is really it's really crazy, really, because we have all kind of how can I say that? All kind of information, and this is very a strange time. So everything is going to way higher up gears right now, and we don't understand what is going on, but that's life. What to say else? Flat Earth since almost like 5 years now. I have the Flat Earth movement made me bought a P900 to check for myself if everything was true, and yes, I can confirm that. I was traveling the world because I'm from France, if you can tell from my accent, but my parents are from Morocco, so I was used to do a lot of travel, so being in the plane and seeing all the earth on all its glory, very flat and as far as the eye can see. So yeah, and it's so peaceful. As soon as you realize how the world is shaped all around you and you matter, it's really everything came back together. Because I'm from Morocco, so I'm Muslim too. And yeah, Muslim, you have to pray 5 times a day, and in your prayers you're reciting some of the verse of the Quran. And before I know about flat Earth, it doesn't make sense. You have the science stuff that you learn all at school and TV, and you have God in his speech describing how he created the Earth and how he shaped it, and it doesn't make sense. And you see a lot of scholars try to merge the two interpretation, and they cannot. And remember that scholar that from Saudi Arabia, we was explaining
The cleric,
with his
yeah.
glass of water. Yeah.
Yeah.
The first time I saw it, I felt bad for it. So, oh no, it's gonna shame us. Everybody's gonna make laugh. And as soon as I encountered flat Earth, and it was clear to me how all could work,
Mm-hmm.
I felt so he was right from the beginning.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And there is a verse in the Quran who says, I will say it in Arabic and I'll translate just after. Taqullah wa yu'allimukumullah. Fear God and fear in the adore God, and God will show you the truth. So yeah, I think faith has a great role in this topic. So because everybody is basing his faith on something, some in science, some in information, some in God. So faith, I think, is maybe the key of all of this. Yeah. So faith is what's gonna shape the world you live in. If you believe that you're special and you are accountable, it's gonna affect the way you interact with each other, with your loved one, with everyone.
Right.
And if you believe that you are a tiny little speck on another speck spinning through space, and there's no meaning to all this, it's gonna have an effect on how you deal with people and you deal with your life. So I think that it's going beyond the shape of the Earth. It's really faith, I think, is really the key about it.
Thanks, Driss. I really appreciate it, and I'm gonna let you go
Thank
because we got a
you.
lot of people appreciate it.
Nice, and see you later, and thanks for having me.
Thank you. Now, sorry, Steve, did you want to talk to Karen? I know I'm not giving everybody enough chance to talk. We got a lot of people waiting. I'm going to try and get rid of you guys faster.
Are you letting me call in or what?
Yeah, but I just want to tell everybody waiting.
Karen, are you there?
Karen, are you back? Now she probably left again.
Okay, we'll take some other calls.
I'm here.
Oh, Karen's there. You can
All
call
right,
in and
sorry,
talk to
I was actually listening to another show and I had some questions. Was it you who had the picture of the Earth as a turtle and said that we're missing a land piece out further? No.
Sounds familiar. I know that Candy has a little map where she made it look kind of like the shape of a turtle, and and in one spot of where it should be, it's like the deep southern Pacific is like if there was a missing continent, like that's where it would be. That's the missing piece.
That was the tail of the turtle. Yeah, that wasn't yours. Because also somebody had like two pictures of these pyramids and they had a Vajra in the middle of the electromagnetic field, and it's the Vajra that Zeus and everyone was holding. So I just wanted to ask about that, if you noticed that, and noticed that turtle shells on turtles and tortoises have the days of the moon cycle on their shells on their back. But it wasn't yours? Was it Kathy?
No, that was Cammie. That was my wife, Steve.
Oh,
remember, I sent you the picture. Yeah, I sent you the picture, and she'll be on the show, so maybe she can address that.
All right, well, hang up on me and take another caller.
Okay, enough from me, Steve.
But I love you, Karen. Anyway, sorry, I thought that was yours, so never mind.
I got another super chat from Chris Barry, who said, check out channel Brandon Toy. Brandon Toy's awesome, been a patron of mine for a long time. He shows bottom-up obstruction in a fish tank due to refraction, and mine for other flat Earth tests. So check out Chris Barry's channel, Berry. And of course, Brandon Toy. All right, let's get the next guy in. And I'm not very rude. I need to learn to be, I guess, with these phone calls so I can move them on a little faster. But let's go to the new guy. Welcome to the show. What's up? The new guy. You've been on hold for quite a long time. Uh-oh, you're going to get booted.
Hello?
Oh, you're there. What's up?
Fine, and you?
Is that you?
Yes. Sorry.
All right, I'm going to remove this guy. Sorry, the new guy. You waited a long time, but we're not hearing from you. Your mic's not working or something. So let's go to, instead, Flat Matt. welcome back to the show. He was here with us Friday, and now he's joining us again here on Sunday. Can't Cross Antarctica is the name of his channel. Hopefully you got some subs. I went over there and subbed from one of my channels that I wasn't a sub on, so hopefully we helped you out a little. He wants to cross Antarctica, or at least head down there and get stopped and to tell the story about it. Go ahead, Flat.
Yeah, no, it's nice to talk to you again. I did get some subscribers, so that was cool. It's fun.
Good.
Appreciate that. But I'm on let me know if my audio quality isn't good. I'm using a snowball right now, so.
You sound good.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, this is, I love what you're doing here with the phone calls and everything. I think it's really interesting to be able to hear from different people in the community. It's a really nice community, the whole, it's the truther community,
Right.
So it's been really fun to listen to and everything, but I do have, a couple things to throw in there. One kind of fun thing is this word planet. We're all kind of avoiding this word planet, and but planet means a limited plane, right? I just think that's kind of funny, right? You hear people saying, "Oh, what do you you travel all around the world," and they kind of make fun of you for it, right? And you're like, "Well, you're on a planet." Right, which literally means a small limited plane.
Interesting, yeah.
So I don't know. That's one of those things they like to mess with us on the syntax, right, that we use, and it's like, yeah, well, you're saying planet, so. But no, it's. I guess one thing I just wanted to say here is, this whole flat Earth thing that we have here. We're trying to do something good, right? We're trying to do something like there's pedophiles out there, right? I don't mean to change this subject onto like pedophilia stuff that's kind of in the news right now, right? But
Gotcha.
we kind of see that happening. We're starting to realize that's happening on a pretty big scale, which is a horrible thing, as I know we all believe. But like when you look at Hillary Clinton's sacrificing babies to Molech and stuff like that, if you look at all those leaked emails and stuff, it's horrible stuff. And you're like, but what can we do about it, right? That's kind of what this guy was talking about on his other channel. It's like, oh, who cares, right? Who cares what the shape of the Earth is? You still have to go out and work, and you still have to this, and you still have to that. But the lie, right? The size of the lie. There's a lot of people that are lying about the flat Earth, and those same people who are lying about that are also lying, are the same people who are doing the pedophilia and the terrible sex stuff,
unfortunately,
right? I mean, that's the assumption, right? And so how do you stop that, right? And we're all good people. We're trying to fight for good here. And we need to stop that if it's possible. And the only way that I can come up with that would stop it is finding the edge, right? And I don't mean to go on about that. I know that's kind of the whole point of my channel, but if we can go and expose and really truly expose that the Earth is flat, right? By finding the edge, right? Or whatever's out there, right? Showing that the Earth is flat by going out and finding the edge, showing you can't cross Antarctica, you could actually truly expose. You'd be like, everybody would wonder who was lying about that, right? And when you find out who was lying about that, that's how you find out who's. It's the same people that are involved in pedophilia, and that's how you would potentially stop that.
The rest of the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, exactly. And it's a war we're in. I mean, there's really sad stuff that's happening, and that's just our best shot. That's how I feel about it. But yeah.
All right. Well, thanks, Matt. I really appreciate it. And
can I ask a question,
go ahead.
Matt? What do you think about Admiral Byrd? You must be into that, right?
Yeah, I actually made a video about 20 minutes long on Admiral Byrd, not just on Admiral Byrd, but on all the attempted crossings of Antarctica. And yeah, I was watching a video on him earlier today, actually. I know all about him. It's really interesting.
Did he bring any blimps to his expedition? We just did a video about blimps, dirigibles, airships. They've been around since the 1400s. I think Admiral Byrd came to an ice wall with a ship and some airplanes. Why didn't he bring a blimp, a dirigible? The Navy's had them since 1880. Have you heard anything that he brought one? And why didn't they use it? It's the only way to cross it.
Yeah, that is interesting. I've never really considered it. I've only thought about ways that I could personally cross it, and I've never really thought about using a blimp, but dirigible. But that's interesting. It's an interesting thought. I have no idea. He was supported by the military, right? And so he went down there with, I assume, airplanes, a fleet of airplanes, and kind of probably some guns.
Wouldn't you bring a blimp? Why would you bring airplanes when you got a 200-foot ice wall and you need no fuel? A blimp can go there on no fuel with hydrogen. So I was wondering if you ever thought about that and check it out. If not, because I'd like to know the answer myself.
Right. Yeah. Another. And feel free to kick me off here, Jaron. You're not rude, man. This is chill. Everybody's happy to be here, and it's no big deal. But the like one theory I have here of how to go find the edge is you could actually get enough people to go down there to this ice wall, right? Take a boat down to Antarctica, and if you could launch drones potentially, like these long distance drones, if you could actually invest in a decent drone, they could take pictures, right? Then everybody kind of launches them at the same time, ideally more than one of them. You could actually go and just take pictures of it, right? And bring them back. That's another thought,
I like the idea of the helium ship. I really do. I think that the whole Hindenburg was by design another psyop, if you will, to convince people that helium ships are too dangerous, where I think that they are extremely efficient and probably very safe, and especially in today's world you'd be able to create one, and that's why they have the whole fuel hoax going on, because if somebody just grabbed a helium ship and went south, they could probably learn a lot. Right now they have it so that anybody in a plane, even if they thought about doing it, the first question they would ask is, well, what if we run out of fuel? Where would we land? There's a lot of problems that come from that, but in a helium ship where you could just go south and hey, anybody's got any helium ship they want to build, let's get on it, Bob.
Obviously they're safe because look at all the Hindenburgs that shaped rockets that NASA launches, right? But Steve, as far as your question, supposedly there were some reports, at least, that some of the aircraft that Byrd took down there were actually crashing into some sort of invisible type of force field, and of course the speculation is that the Nazis had perfected a force field that they were actually crashing into, which,
and they described it as
it wouldn't crash. Ross and I don't know if you've seen it. Our last video is Blimps in the Belfry. We just did a 11
it was outstanding, by the way.
Well, thank you. And our next one's going to kill it because we just figured out the free energy that they had, and it's not Tesla coils. We just figured it out today. Ross and I, our brains exploded. We know exactly what they were up to, and the next one's going to be the best video we ever put out in our life.
Oh, man, am I looking forward to that. Did you see the last videos, Jaron, that they put out?
I haven't seen it.
Oh, it's really good.
Yeah, but the Admiral Byrd bothered me because I was like, well, we know the Navy had dirigibles since 1885 at least. Why the fuck didn't Admiral Byrd bring these? That's what you would do over an ice wall. And what? I think that whole thing's a psyop, all of it.
Yeah,
all
I do too. A lot of it, I think it is.
Rocket crap.
Have you guys noticed that Antarctica is in the shape of a head? Have you guys ever noticed that?
That it's the shape of a head?
Take a look at it. It looks like, to me, hey, whatever, say what you think, but take a look at it. It looks like a brain and like a spine, like your brain stem.
I agree with that. Yes, absolutely.
And the Horus eye too, that is like a pineal gland thing. Yeah, there are some symbolic in the shape of the continent itself.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that could be the Hindenburg. One of our subscribers said, well, they got rid of the Hindenburg because the blimps were the only airships that could go across Arctic and Antarctic, which makes a lot of sense. That's how we go prove it right now is in a blimp.
Absolutely. I agree.
How much was it? How much would a dirigible cost? I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but
yeah, well,
who knows?
I don't know.
I was looking up the cost of a Cessna yesterday.
It's so funny
a lot
because
cheaper than a rocket, especially considering hydrogen is one of the most abundant elements in the world, right?
Well, that's our next video. We think they weren't Tesla coils. We think they were harvesting hydrogen for their energy.
Oh, good possibility.
Wow. And we're going to show you how they did it. We don't think we know. We're going to show you how they did it. They had hydrogen technology, and this gets back into ancient warfare. I don't believe in nuclear bombs, but I believe in hydrogen bombs, and I believe that the Rig Vedas and all that, they could have been hydrogen bombing the hell out of each other because they sure as hell were. These towers were gas stations. these towers on these buildings were gas stations. Water towers are gas stations, and we're going to show you how.
Oh, that's cool.
And that explained the melted buildings throughout all the hidden history and ancient architecture.
Exactly. Everyone's saying there's a fire, there's great Chicago fire, and the Chicago water tower blew up. You're like, no, it didn't. The hydrogen storage tank blew up. That's why the wall blew up.
And the Peshtigo fire, they had those black orbs, they called them, that swirled around. And when they hit the family, they blew up with a great report. It said, it's
Oh, my
describes
God.
basically a huge hydrogen, like a sentient, steerable, some kind
That
of
makes
like
way too
intelligently
much sense.
controlled. Yeah, it's an
That makes way
intelligently
too much
controlled
sense.
balloon.
These weren't water towers, mate. That's not water they pumped up there to pump it right back down. Why would you pump water all the way up to pump it back down to the town? You pump it right to the town. It was hydrogen
And
gas.
the symbolism, just the symbolism of the show The Prisoner from England that I did a little bit on a couple shows. What stops him from crossing the south border to escape the prison is a weather balloon, and it has like its own mind, and it goes after him and it stops him. And so it kind of all fits together, doesn't it?
Yeah, we're going to get into it in our next video, and it's going to blow people away, and it'll be our best one ever. So we'll come back if you want to hear about it.
Looking forward to it.
I definitely think that where there's a will, there's a way. I really think if we could all like get the will to realize our next big major step is going to be finding the edge. I mean, that's or whatever's out there. I really think that's where there's a will, there's a way, and where there's a common ground, a common objective among a large group of people. You end up making it there. But it's we just have to want it. Yeah.
All right, thanks, Matt. I can't disagree with you. All right, appreciate
you having me on, man. It was nice talking to you guys again.
We'll talk to you again soon. All right, we're going to try the new guy one more time because he admitted that he screwed up, so we're going to add him back. And new guy, one more chance. Are you there, or do we have to dump you again? Wow. Talk about screwing shit in the bed.
What about now, Jaron? Can you hear me?
Okay, we hear you, new guy. Thank you for not shitting the bed.
Thank God. Thanks for giving me a chance.
What's up?
Yeah, Jaron called you. I actually called you last Friday. This Friday. We were talking about the MMS, so I was just going to do a shout out to Iro if he's here.
Iro, are you listening?
About that show? Oh, he's gone again, huh?
Iro,
you just never know when Iro's going to pop in or out.
Iro, are you there? Because I forgot to mention to you, this caller wants you to do a MMS show in English. Are you there, Iro? Okay.
Just my leg.
I know.
That's my luck.
I will for sure tell him next time he comes in. Maybe bring up Antarctica, tell him Argentina sucks. See if he shows up. Argentina sucks.
Iro just typed something in the chat.
Worst country of all. Oh, see what he said. I'll be back in 7 minutes.
His mic is not working.
Oh, that's Steve. Steve.
Sorry, that's Steve. What did
No,
Iro
Iro is right above that.
Yeah, no.
There he is.
The image of the Antarctica and the brain pattern. The brain shape.
Wow. It's for those who think. Absolutely. Iru, this caller is calling for you specifically.
Yeah, what's up,
Sorry,
Iru?
I didn't hear it before. Hello, man. Sorry, I was outside the call for 30 seconds.
Oh, no problem. No problem, Iru. Firstly, I would like to say real great work that you do. Also that you actually promised us a couple of times that you were going to do also a show on Steve Bannon. You haven't done that yet neither. So
yes, man.
Yes,
I know my promise are a little delay. Yes.
Okay.
But I have the information. For me, it was really difficult the last month because my demonetization thing about the YouTube, bring my attention to regular work. But I did that type of show in Spanish version, so I have everything, and I just need to translate and reorder a few things. Because the beginning of that investigation starts with the Netflix documentary called The Great Hacker. So I have all that in English because the official documentary is in English, but I need to translate a few things from Spanish. So that is the only thing that left. And in fact, another thing that maybe stopped me a little bit is that I didn't reach the 1,000 subscriber in my YouTube channel in English. So for going live and things, do that kind of thing. So I delay a few videos that I have in my agenda to do it based on that. But sorry for my promise.
No. I understand, definitely. Well, I was also trying to ask you about if you could maybe do a show with Jaron, maybe, about the MMS, because a couple of shows back, maybe a month or two, I saw you did the first presentation about the MMS and about the Church of MMS, and I got interested in that because I've dealt with some pains, a lot of inflammation. So when you showed one of those small videos, I found one on your English channel as well about the MMS, a very short one. I started looking into it, and I've actually tried MMS, and I read about it, and I've seen you could do some protocols, and I did a protocol for 3 weeks, and I actually never been better in my life. I still have some pain, but it's so minimal compared to before I took the MMS. So I was actually kind of blown away that this actually works. You can read about things and you can hear about things and you can measure things, but it's different when you actually can feel some difference when you take a product and it helps you. And I thought that was very wonderful. So I was thinking that it could be very interesting. Maybe if you could do a show with Sharon where you can present the MMS. I don't know if you still take it or
Yes,
how it
man.
is.
Not
I've tried
just
to
that.
watch your
Here
channel
in
about the
well,
MMS in
first of
Spanish, but I
all,
don't understand Spanish that much.
yeah, no, of course. First of all, thanks for your share your experience, because you need that kind of things to I don't say convince, but at least show to other people that it works for real. And here in Argentina right now, we have like a crazy mainstream media attacking I call yellow liquid, because I don't want to pronounce the real name because YouTube is going to ban the video or things like that. So I don't recommend to name again,
Chloride
even
dioxide.
with that, even with that word, even with the etc. I just call yellow liquid. But here in Argentina, because we first of all, for all those things about the virus, in Bolivia the government approved to drink this yellow liquid to solve the issue, and it was based on governmental act. And right now in Bolivia it's legal to sell and to drink this.
Wow.
So that was the first big step to trying to promote this. And because we are near to Bolivia, a lot of doctors here in Argentina that I even contact them and making an interview, of course in Spanish, we put that also in the Congress here in Argentina, and was like a huge debate where all the the pharmaceutical companies get crazy, because the real thing is that if you bring this yellow liquid to the store, 80% of the regular medicine is going to the trash. 80%. So it's like a huge problem for the industry of the medicines, And in fact, the other thing is that with only one solution, you can address, because I don't like to say cure, but you can address a lot of disease with a 90% or plus of effectivity or efficiency. So that is the problem. In the regular pharmaceutical industry, for example, you go into the doctor because you have a pain, I don't know, in the lungs. So the guy give you a pill for that specific treatment. 1 week later, you go to say, my stomach is so bad. Well, now I take this other pill to the stomach, but keep the one for the lungs. And at the second week, you go to say, well, but now the pills for the stomach is made me damage in the, other organs. So maybe they give you in only 1 month, they give you like 4 pills for trying to, balance all the bad things that do to your body. So with this liquid yellow medicine, you can solve, directly the problems with 90% of efficiency without affecting other organs.
It's great. So, Iro, how many times do you take it a day now to just upkeep? I guess you don't do any protocols, but do you just take it 1 time a day now or 2 times a day? How many drops do you take?
I make my, of course, I have the full, complete, official and original book from Andreas Kalker. I have in Spanish. I'm going to ask maybe someone have in English with all the protocols for more than 400 diseases. And my way of drinking right now, it's 5 millimeters of the yellow, but let me just make clear the difference. One thing is the MMA and etc. And the other thing is the CD, etc. You know, CDS. It's not the same thing as the MM. Okay, so
exactly.
In terms, I drink the CD and the letter S. Okay, so I drink that. So that you measure in millimeters, not in drops. So I drink 5 millimeters in about half liter of water along the day without having anything in my stomach in terms of food. I don't use C vitamin or C vitamin, I don't know how to pronounce, because that annihilate the effects of the yellow substance. So you don't need to use nothing about with vitamin C. And the rest—
Does that also include coffee, right?
Well, when I drink coffee, I wait like 40 minutes to start drinking again the yellow liquid.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, Iru, let's do a show, in English
yes, of course,
for MMS.
Of course. We just need to leave clear our own code in terms of the words, so you don't have any trouble.
Okay.
But that will be a nice show to do. Yeah. Sorry for
no problem.
Make so longer the answer. Sorry.
No, it's good. It's good
Jared,
information.
I just have one more thing
she'll
to
tell you
add.
coffee only goes up your ass, mate, not down your throat. Don't get Dr. Amanda Vollmer. She'll tell you coffee up the butt, not the throat, mate.
I was watching one of her streams and she was saying that. It was hilarious. She was telling people, don't drink coffee, don't poison yourself. She goes, but if you want to take that coffee and put it up your butt, it's much better for you.
All right. I'm excited about that.
Seriously, coffee enemas?
Yeah, I've heard about it. I've heard a lot about that.
Yeah. Well, Jared,
all right,
Jared,
go ahead.
Just before I leave, I just wanna run something through with you guys. You know, I live here in Europe, and they start like ramping up the test here in Europe, and they actually start ramping up the test where there is a lot of immigrants. You know, you could call it the so-called ghettos, and they actually found they claim that a lot of non-Western people are testing positive for corona, especially people from Africa, especially Black people and Middle Easterns are testing positive for corona, and the newspapers keep writing about them, and there's actually been a lot of discrimination towards immigrants in this part of Europe because they start calling them corona immigrants and all kinds of things. They deny them from some injuries. There was a woman that she couldn't deliver her kids in the kindergarten because they wanted to see if these people were corona-free, as you could say. So I don't know, they're running some angle with this coronavirus towards the immigrant, and they start writing even in the newspapers that they might give the immigrants the vaccine first.
Yeah, it should be obvious. I mean, everything that they do is to pull people apart, is to create strife, so that's just a great angle, right? Is to say, oh, these people get it first, or these people are causing the sickness, or these people are getting others sick. It should be obvious to everyone that what's going on. We've already talked about what happens with this RNA and the fact that you could have any coronavirus in your system and it's going to come back positive, and they're just going to call it coronavirus, and they're going to convince everybody that everybody's getting sick from the coronavirus when it's just the same thing that happens every year with the flu. And you get people worried about it and people who wearing masks, and before you know it, you might get an upkick in the amount of people with lung-related issues, and then it just feeds their whole system. And then, like you said, now they can say that certain races are getting it more, and you can say that it's because of these people, and then you can say even that the vaccine's only going to go to minorities first, and that's going to piss people off. So it's just all meant to put strife between people, and we have to recognize that. But hey, I appreciate the call.
Which country, man?
Great show, guys.
Oh, sorry. Hold on 1 second. He wants to know which country in Europe.
In Denmark.
In Denmark, okay. I'm gonna be there, not in Denmark, but in Switzerland, maybe on September. So.
Hvordan går det, jeg bor i Danmark også. Det er Steve for Spacebusters. Hvor du hen i Danmark?
Aarhus.
Okay, I'm in Copenhagen. I'm in Copenhagen. Listen, let me tell you this, right? Bill Gates' wife, Bill Gates' father was part of Planned Parenthood, which is called the Negro Project, to do abortions in black neighborhoods, right? A black eugenicist. There was a guy in the 1918 Spanish flu pandemic called William Casey Gates. Bill Gates is Bill Gates IV. They gave all the doctors and nurses the jabs first, all the 18 vaccines, and said the soldiers coming home are contagious, so we're going to give you the vaccines. So there were nobody left in the hospitals to give anybody any hospital treatment. And Eleanor McBean, check this out, a book called The Poison Needle by Dr. Eleanor McBean. She was a daughter, and her parents were Kellogg's doctors, so they didn't believe in vaccines. They believed in natural medicine. They went around to all the houses because all the doctors were poisoned and sick and dying because they took the jabs too. And not once did they get sick, visiting tens of thousands of people, and their kids never got sick and this and that. Now this Melinda Gates is telling you, we want to give the jabs to the black people who my husband's dad tried to kill with the fucking eugenics program, aborting them in the Negro program, which is Planned Parenthood. And we want to give them to the healthcare workers because we don't want them in the hospitals. When you get sick, because you're going to have Legionnaire's disease, you're going to have poisoning from wearing these masks, you're going to have blood clotting, you're going to have all kinds of sepsis, you're going to have CO2 poisoning, high pH imbalance, you're going to get sick from your mask, your doctors are going to be sick, the blacks are going to be sick, they're killing you. And sorry to be so frank, Steve ruins everything. Don't listen to these people. They're eugenicists. Don't listen to these people.
I never listened to them.
All right, thanks, new guy.
You're going to get sick from that mask, and you're going to take that jab, and they put them in mosquitoes, a Terminator gene. In 7 to 15 years, when your semen is cannot be produced, they will get you.
Iru, what's your mail? How can I contact you, Iru?
Iru is at
irulanducci@gmail.com.
Yes, I'm here. Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Iru
Thanks, new guy.
at gmail.com. Thanks.
Right.
Sorry, did I just get us kicked off
Thanks
Facebook
so much, man.
again already?
Probably we'll have to see how long this lasts. You never know.
Sorry, man. Sorry, but I just got to tell people it's what's going on.
All right, Mac, you're up next. Welcome to the show. Thanks for calling in, and I love your son's name, by the way.
Thanks, Jaron. Excited for you, Anissa. Are you still set on Maverick?
Yeah, we think so, but never know. Things could change. She has her baby shower on the 15th, I think, and her mom was saying, "Do you want us to put Maverick on the cake?" And she's like, "No, don't do that just yet. Let us wait. You never know what could happen. We could hear some name that makes us fall in love in the next month, but we're pretty set."
It's a fantastic name, and people are a little skeptical going in, but the reviews we've received are over the top, and my mother-in-law was a little skeptical, but then each time she told somebody, they raved about it, and so now it's her favorite thing in the world.
Well, you got to love the definition and the meaning of the word. So
yeah, totally. Yeah. And it couldn't resonate more today than ever. Having a you were wondering if a baby born now like yours would be a COVID baby, but certainly a good time to have a Maverick. And
absolutely, yeah, free thinking for sure.
So many great callers, and I think I can tie this in a bow for you, but specifically Bill, that I think it was, that was bringing up the midwives and that process, and we went through it. We had some complications to the point that 3 of them were supposed to be there at the moment the baby popped out. There was one, she was new to the gig, I was there as support. Literally, baby's super healthy, could have been born without her. Of course, if there were complications, which arguably we had, they recommended stitches to my wife, which she turned down, and that actually turned out perfectly. There were so many pieces of advice that they did deliver. They're on the holistic wellness realm that were helpful, but they were definitely, like I think it was Bill that said, they're definitely a liaison to the hospital system, which is great if you want that comforting support system, knowing that if things go wrong, it's there, which was great, first baby for us. But looking back, it could have really caused us a lot of problems because my wife needed stitches, because of some of the things that happened at the time of birth. It almost assuredly during this time of COVID would have led to Maverick being kept in the hospital away from his mom, possibly not able to nurse, which breast milk to us was super important. And there were just other things with the recommendations for ultrasounds, the vitamin K shot. I mean, things just kept coming over and over. There were more of an allopathic recommendation, and it was, they're protecting their arse. And so they're giving us kind of like the Western approach, but allowing us to go the other route. And so I totally get both sides and wish you guys the best, but just wanted to share that. And I have one more comment on what was it, flat mat, but wanted to check in with you, Jaron.
Sure. Hey, appreciate that. Yeah, go ahead and say what you need to say to Flat Matt.
You know, listening to you guys, this content has been invaluable to me, our family, friends, you know, and the whole world. You're waking up in different ways. And I do agree that we need to take action, next steps. And I love the content. Jaron, you spoke to this recently, how you've kind of reached a plateau where you don't feel like reproducing the same content over and over. And that's where I feel like so many people on the other side, whether it's looking at allopathic medicine, insisting, you know, if you don't wear a mask, you're going to kill their kid, or if you don't vaccinate, you know, we don't reach herd immunity, just this nonsense.
Mm-hmm.
Those people are immune to anything we deliver when we speak against their heliocentric religion.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a great divide, you know, and I saw it when we were having our baby, you know, speaking about using midwives and that route, you know, it makes you a pariah within your own family. And I hear a lot of truthers speaking to that. So I think it would help us make great bounds if we did start producing content. Like, let's say we sent a boat down the southern 60th parallel and got turned away by some military. Just the way people are going into hospitals or, you know, wearing masks in Walmart and reporting it. I think we can start to show, you know, how NASA is not only refusing to debate us directly, but we're getting stopped by military. Like, you know, the censorship is real that we're running into. And I think we can start to really highlight that at this time of illumination.
So instead of hashtag film your hospital, it's hashtag film your trip to Antarctica.
Exactly.
Right.
I think there's so many people that are either skeptical of it or in support of it, that you could do crowdfunding to at least get us a boat down to the 60th Southern is a first step, or to send a blimp, or, you know, there's got to be some wealthy guy that wants to be the first explorer. Look at how many people, like Owen Benjamin's family, who helped discover, you know, the different explorers, everybody wants to be first.
Right.
And so I think we can play on their ego, whether it's, you know, Simon Dan or Neil My Ass Tyson. Yeah, there's some way we can either play the Globers with a Trojan horse-like play to bait them into, okay, well then let's go down there, or we truly crowdfund and get our own money behind it. It can't be that expensive to send something at least down to the 60th. We already have people down, you know, far enough south that it wouldn't be a long run from there.
Right. All right. Well, I appreciate the call. I think it's a good idea. Somebody needs to get it moving for sure. But thanks, Mac. I really appreciate the call. Any final words?
Keep rocking on, guys. Love all the content.
Peace.
Good luck, Jen.
I don't know. What do you think, Bob?
Thanks.
Can we go down south? Bob. No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was taking a bite of chicken. Yeah, I think I'm too old for that, but I'd love to see somebody go down there. And that would be great, but it'd have to be totally top secret, because every effort in the world would be made to, screw it up.
What they're saying is that we want to film that. So what they're saying is don't make it top secret. They're saying do it publicly, and then when it's stopped. So what he's kind of saying is, like, if you got a bunch of ballers involved and said, come with us, we're going down there, we're going to be all on this boat, and then everybody crowdfunds it. So think of like I don't know, Simon Dan puts it out, hey, I want to go on this trip with flat earthers, and so a whole bunch of people crowdfund it, and we all get on the same boat, and then if we do get stopped, that would be great content for everybody, is what they're kind of saying. So
that is what gonna happen. That is what gonna be happen. I mean, of course you're gonna be stopped.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I can't imagine.
What do you think, man? They are going to say, yeah, come on, man.
Right.
Yeah, I can't imagine them actually, allowing it. But all we really have to do is get close enough to show that the sun actually comes in from the south, or from the northeast, and swings around and exits back out to the northwest.
Right.
If we show that, it's game over.
And really, it's just a start, because if you get down there and you show things like that, Bob, and you show that we get stopped or whatever, it's just going to inspire more people to do the same.
Obviously, also as well, if you go there with the boat and you raise a balloon or something that's dirigible that you can control, they may have solar panels or batteries or something that can fly in some direction and send you the footage. That could be done as well. Go to as far as you can go, and then you send something up, and I don't know how you would retrieve that, but you need the technology.
Transmission would be a problem.
Yeah.
For the distance.
If there's
Well,
any,
you
have to retrieve it somehow.
No satellite coverage.
Well, Jaron's right. The way to do this is right. You invite your opposition to join you in it and say, this is a game. This is, fear factor, whatever. You invite your opposition and say, we're all going down together. Winner takes all.
Yeah, any TV creators out there, it'd be a great Netflix series.
Yeah.
a journey to the edge of the world.
Unless you created Beyond the Curve.
Well, not that one, no.
Yeah, let's get Logan Paul in on it.
Oh boy, here we go.
Yeah, it's interesting too that people mentioned the 60th parallel in the south, right? And you can go farther than the 60th parallel north, right? That's what's funny. And I lived at 60 north exactly.
Right. There's no rules about you can't take fuel with you as you go down north. It's like only you can't take fuel with you when you go south. I wonder why.
Well, I'd like to go across Antarctica. I want to see if those 4 continents are still there above Greenland. I don't believe Google.
It's off limits. It is off limits.
Don't you think those 4 continents are right there? And they're there. They are not submerged. Greenland would be underwater if those 4 continents were too. They're there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, something going on there. They don't show us.
Let's go to the next call. And for everybody else, don't type in the link anymore. I'm not going to accept any more people, just so you know. So if you're on the call now, great. If not, we've had enough, and thank you for everybody participating. Tons of calls today. Okay, this one I can't pronounce that. Chris Coy, welcome to the show. Am I pronouncing that incorrectly? And I might have put you on mute. Let me unmute you. Can't unmute guests because they chose to mute themselves. Chris Coy. There you go. You're on.
How about now?
You're good.
Sorry about that. Don't worry, I can't pronounce it either. It was actually a spelling error about 15 years ago when I was creating a username.
All right.
It's supposed to be LH, middle initial, but
all right, well,
capital I somehow stuck in there.
Chris Coy works for me.
Well, Chris Coy, Crisco, IH, whatever you want. Well, I just wanted to, say how exciting it is to be on here. I've been listening to you guys, well, you, Jaron, especially, Globebusters, pretty much since your inception. I've been a flat earther since 2009, actually.
Wow.
That was an interesting kind of awakening and journey there.
You got me.
It actually really had to do with my spiritual awakening. I know we're kind of short on time together, I guess. I kind of got so many points. You got so many great callers. Yeah, I just kind of want to hit on a few things here. Since basically we're really kind of trying to focus on, or since we've been talking a lot about the home birth. And you had a caller call in and speak about how you can do this on your own. We're designed for this. I truly do believe that. I want to support him 100% in spirit, but also kind of add the caveat that we're designed for this. Women are designed for this, but at the same time, we have a lot of how do I say this in the best way? Unhealthy people
right.
that really need to be conditioned for it. So you don't like get up one day and say I'm going to run a marathon. You got to kind of essentially train for it. And
right.
My wife, who is essentially my personal hero, she's had all 3 of our children at home. We had water births. They were assisted, but going into especially the 3rd child, I was basically like, babe, we need to just go this on our own. They're just kind of taking our money, not really doing much for us, other than just being there. I was able to even catch my 2nd child. In a sense, a lot of that was unassisted, the 2nd birth, but so that was really fascinating for me and a really miraculous experience. But I guess the point I'm trying to make there is, yes and no. There's a reason that midwifery existed as a practice, and it was, for these outlier conditions and everything. And I'm not saying in any way they have to be associated with allopathy or that whole medical system, because he did make a good point that it is a way to bring the hospital home. It's just another one of these entry points in the world where hospitals, schools. It's a way to have a captive audience, to basically social shame and create consensus under duress. With the whole birth certificate situation, with the whole vaccine situation. Hey, Earth's a ball, 1st grader.
Right.
You guys make such a good point. It's like, why do they introduce that in kindergarten and 1st grade when we can't even conceptualize a question to, it's like, oh, that's just how it is. There's no examination, no critical thinking about it whatsoever. It's just, that's it. But okay, so that caller, I guys had a few calls ago, the Driss. Assalamu alaikum, brother. I mean, he was so spot on. I'm Muslim myself. I converted with my wife 8-9 years ago. It's just important, and I'm not going to go on any preaching right now. I just want kind of people to know that it's important when we're discussing these things and we use that blanket term organized religion. It just seems to me in a lot of ways what we're putting down is essentially mainstream Christianity. And there's not really much knowledge about Islam as it exists, because essentially it's not even an organized religion. So if people kind of maybe dabbled in it, looked into it a little bit, they'd realize that it is amazingly enlightening, especially the Quran, on the subject of the flat earth. And that is how I became a flat earther. And guys, throughout the years, Bob, I just got to tell you, your discussions on electromagnetism and everything, oh my gosh, it is hit so many times in the Quran. God, subhanahu wa ta'ala, mentions that there are pillars that we cannot see that holds up the sky, or sorry, holds up the firmament. The structuring of everything. I mean, it's all in there. And Jaron, I noticed you were following Flat Earth Islam on Instagram. He does a good job of kind of paraphrasing, wrapping up all those points from a Quranic perspective. So I think anyone who's interested in even religious studies, or even interested in looking at, in expanding themselves spiritually, like just kind of really check out that channel or that Instagram page and look at the points offered there. And there's a lot of amazing miracles on embryology as well in the Quran, about the division of cells, the growth of the fetus, a complete description that there was actually a Canadian embryologist who converted based solely on the fact that he knew that a 7th century nomad could not understand these things about fetal development that were essentially revealed, because that's what I truly believe, that God does exist, that this whole system is designed to hide God. It is. And that we are in a proving ground. And and part of my religion tells us that this is what this place is. It's a proving ground. It's a test. Because the true red pill for me, 10 years ago, was that not only that God exists, but that Satan exists, and that he has a plan, and that he's plotting and planning, but essentially God is a better planner. And a lot of what we're seeing in this dunya, it's actually called dunya in Arabic. It's basically an illusion. This world is an illusion. Our job is to see through it. It's to see through the illusion. And that's part of our test. That's why we were created. There's actually a verse, I'm going to paraphrase, I'm not going to read the Arabic, but it says, did you think that we created you in play without any purpose, and that you would not be brought back to us, essentially for judgment? And God goes on to explain that you will be brought back, and the sole purpose of our creation was to worship him. And people get so turned off by that term worship. I mean, you got to really think outside the box here on what this isn't just the stigmatized form of the religion that everyone's thinking of. Worship comes in so many different forms. It comes in wondering about his creation. It even says that in the Quran. And Jaron, like earlier, you're talking about the moon and how we need to keep things, or I don't want to put words in your mouth, but essentially that it's amazing that there's an awesomeness to the world and there is a mystery. That is so important. That's actually a form of worship. Like, it's not important for us to truly understand everything. It really isn't. There are some things that God will keep a mystery. In fact, this whole design is designed so it could go both ways. So you can either see the flat earth, or he made it to where you can see how they can conceptualize in their mathematic fiction how it could be a round earth. You know what I'm saying? And we could be this speck of dust floating. I mean, if you really use your heart and your head and you meet those up, that that's false. But what I'm saying is it's a system that's been created. He's been given these people rope in their trespasses, these powers that be. You know what I'm saying? Like, so essentially, like, he's letting them err. He's letting them err. He's letting them err. He's letting them deceive, because ultimately I believe that there is a day of judgment. Everyone has their own beliefs, but I believe we will be brought to be judged. Whoever was a good soul, whoever God deems fit, and it's completely up to God. No one can tell anyone else what is going to happen on the day of judgment. You either are, essentially read your script in your right hand or your left hand. If you're handed it in your right hand, your scales of good outweighed your bad, and guess what? You got good coming to you. But those same people that are pulling the strings here, they're being deceived right now. They don't even know that when they're brought before God, that Satan even exists, because these people are Luciferian. They're practicing their own religion. They're not necessarily believing in Satan. Satan is deceiving these people.
Right.
Like, these people are playing their own game, thinking that they're one-upping the entire world with their Luciferianism, their light versus dark, their own ascension. But they got other things coming to them. But hey, listen, I'm sorry for
appreciate
rambling
it.
on, but
No, it's okay.
I got to tell you one more thing.
Okay,
I
last
live in, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I said last thing. Final
Last
sentence.
thing. I live in Utah, northern Utah. I actually live in Tooele County, Utah. And there are, just real quick, there's a lot of weird stuff going on in the sky. I don't know if it's associated with the lockdown. I don't know if it's associated with what's going on, or if they're just basically trying to get us all distracted so we're not looking up. But I don't know if anyone else can look up and see what's going on. But the lights that are going on in the sky that started about 10 years ago, and that, of course, all the people, all the normies would be like, oh yeah, those are just satellites, the ones that actually take turns and whatever, but they're solid lights drifting across the sky, are now much more erratic, much more common, and now doing much weirder things. I had one the other night. I was looking up out on my deck. My wife and I just stargaze every night now. We see these things every 5 minutes you can see one. But now they're taking right angle turns. They're stopping and then literally acting like stars, like almost as if like they're rearranging themselves to make their own sort of little constellations. I know this sounds absolutely absurd, but I don't know if this is part of some greater agenda later on. Like maybe, hey, when they launch us to some fake Mars and like, oh, look, all the constellations are different, because they're hiding more land out there. But anyway, food for thought. The activity in the sky. And I think it's purely technological. I'm not talking UFOs and aliens here. We know those don't exist.
Try to film it if you can.
Yeah,
man.
please always film it if you can. I would love to see.
Oh,
some of that stuff.
I do, and I'm going to send them in. I will send them. We have tons of video documented every single night. And Jaron, just real quick before I get off here, I wanted to say congratulations, all of you. Federico, congratulations on the baby. My wife and her friend are going to be sending you a package, Jaron, a little sort of baby shower gift sort of thing.
Oh, thanks.
It'll have books on just homeopathy, home health, and the just natural birthing and stuff like that.
Beautiful.
Oh, and everyone watch The Business of Being Born. It's a good primer on why you should never even consider entering a hospital for your child's well-being and yours.
All right. Well, thanks, Crisco. Appreciate the call.
All right. Thanks, guys. Bye.
All right. Let's see here. Who's next? Jessica. We've got a girl, I believe, or maybe not. Maybe a non-binary. Go ahead, Jessica. You're on the air. Jessica.
Ruh-roh.
Jessica, you're on the air. Okay. We're going to hold off on you for a second. And let's go to Jose Merced. Welcome to the show. Longtime listener. I've seen him all over the place. What's up, Jose?
What's going on, man? How you doing?
How are you? I see you driving
Can you hear me?
What, are you driving a truck?
Yeah, driving a tractor.
All right. A tractor.
Can you hear me, though?
I can hear you good. Yep.
All right, good deal. Nice. So, yeah, I'll keep it short and simple. I want to say hello to all you guys. Love you guys. Jaron, I'm one of your patrons. Bob, Karen, Giru, everybody. I love what you guys are doing. Jaron, you were pretty much my inspiration. A lot of your earlier videos is what converted me pretty much to Flat Earth. Aside from that, just, what I see with my own eyes, man, it's amazing. Once your eyes are really open, you just start seeing things every day. Things that, I never saw in the past, and stuff that wakes me up to things now, like all the stuff that they're manipulating us with the whole coronavirus. And like back in the day, I would have never believed it. I would have believed it immediately. I would have I would have had my wife and kids using sanitizer 1,000 times a day.
Right.
It would have been ridiculous. But since the Flat Earth and since, my awakening, everything is questioned, man. I believe in God 100%, without a doubt, and it's just like different things. Like I try to explain to my family members certain things, like regarding like the way you can see the moon and the sun in the sky at the same time when the moon is in its crescent form and things like that. Just it doesn't make sense according to how they've explained it to us in mainstream science. It's just funny, man, the way things are once your eyes are open. Aside from that, man, I just want to say, hi to all you guys, and I appreciate you having me on. And much love.
All right. Well, thanks for waiting so long, and thanks for being a patron, and really appreciate it. And keep driving that tractor. What are you doing? It looks like you're doing U-turns or doing circles. What are you tilling the ground?
Well, yeah. Currently, I managed to complete my route in my time of waiting, so I'm back at the yard. Ironically, we delivered to McDonald's. We're a company that we deliver to strictly McDonald's. Fortunately, but the way I pay the bills, so I can't really.
Just whatever you do, whatever you do, don't eat it.
Well, that's something I have to fight with because right now that's all I have access to on my daily routes, right? So I eat it as much as possible. I'm trying to lean back, like
cut it back, cut
salads
it back.
and
there you go.
Yeah, I'm trying to cut off.
All right.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, man. Again, I wanted to congratulate you, Darren, with the baby to come, man. And,
thanks.
I know you and Miss, I've had a couple of hurdles, man, but
really appreciate that.
To you, brother.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, we'll talk to you soon.
All right, brother. God bless.
Take it easy. All right, and great calls today. And let's try Jessica one more time. Jessica, are you there now? Jessica, are you there? I saw that you unmuted yourself.
What a great technique I invented. I'm amazed for myself, man.
It doesn't work for females, is what I've learned.
No, that's, yeah, I invented.
They haven't figured that one out
I
yet.
put that firewall.
Females have this weird electrical magnetic field that screws with electronics. I've come to that conclusion.
She's in the chat saying, I'm here. I don't know what's up. Yeah, for some reason your audio is not...
Come on, Jessica. Female lives matter.
Maybe it could be that you haven't allowed StreamYard to access your microphone.
Yeah, maybe.
For your system.
Maybe
in the upper
Karen
right
B is not a woman.
What?
No, because she never had trouble with electronics.
That's true. Yeah, I don't know. Karen B.
I think
we never had trouble with electronics.
She's had.
That's not. My computer completely died 2 days before I was supposed to do a talk at the
Okay, you're a woman.
By the way, Karen, I saw you wondering whether you should do Mac or let Bob build you a PC. I vote let Bob build you a PC. He built me one, and this thing has run fantastically since. Bob, when did you build this?
I don't know, 4 years ago. It's been a long time.
It's been a long time. It's been absolutely beautiful. Knock on wood. Tomorrow it'll probably crash, but it's runs great for now. And my video rendering is pretty quick compared to what I hear from everybody else, and fast. And hey, I'm OBS streaming right now, picking up StreamYard with 10 people on hold while doing a Skype with 6 other people and telecasting it all across the plane. It's pretty impressive.
And only with 2 gigabytes of RAM.
No.
No, we put 16 in it, didn't we?
Yeah, it's got.
Well, but 16 G. Okay.
Hero, I know you guys don't even know what that's like in Argentina. You guys max out at 2 gigabytes, and
yes, we are old-fashioned yet.
Third world country.
We are like a communist country. Yes.
Yeah, Hero only gets 1.21 gigabytes of RAM. So
yes, by 12 kilobytes of RAM.
All right, Jessica. Sorry, I hate to kick you. The only suggestion I have is up in your URL bar. On the right, sometimes there's a little picture of a camera, and you might be able to click that and then allow access to your microphone and camera. I don't know. And if you want, get out of the room. I'm going to kick you right now. Try and get back in and see if it asks you, StreamYard would like to use your mic and camera. But if not, hey, we'll get you in the future. All right, so I'm going to kick you. Bye, Jessica. Sorry, it was fun having you on. All right, now we got 3 people left. The new guy, didn't we already take it? Don't tell me. Is this your second time on the show today? New guy? You're not new.
Hello, Darren?
Yes. Weren't you already on the show?
Yeah. No, I've been on the show. Yeah. I was just listening to you through this app.
Okay, I'm going to knock you off. You're going to have to listen on. Okay. Nice having you again, but goodbye. All right, and we got 2 people left. Oh, Jessica tried to come back. I'm going to give her a second. All right, we've got Shaziz. Shaziz, welcome to the show.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, cool. Been trying to get a hold of you for months, but first I want to say I'm not a flat earther or a bald earther. However, when it comes to the debate, as far as I'm concerned, the flat earth is winning the fight so far because the way you guys use science. The reason why I called was because earlier I was listening to you talk about the airplanes not using fuel. I've been trying to talk to people a long time about how to specifically engineer an engine to run on pure distilled water. It has everything. Water is the most stable molecule on the earth. You can't destroy it. No matter what you do to it, you cannot destroy it. You can separate it, you can get it dirty, you can clean it back up. But if you understand the physics of what you can do with water, water in a liquid state is non-compressible. You can actually use it for hydraulic fluid. So if you specifically design your hydraulics to withstand, the nature of what water does, you still have the same power. If you understand what I'm trying to say about lifting with hydraulics. And so, with that said, I know I don't have much time, but what I was trying to get a hold of you about was that I can explain to you in graphic detail how to design an engine that will run on pure distilled water. Once you understand the physics of water, water will boil at 212 degrees Fahrenheit at sea level. Anything past that, you start getting into steam. When water is just in its liquid state, when it's cool, it's in its liquid state, it's obviously not compressible. But once you move it over into the gaseous state, now it is compressible. Using everything from induction heating to compression ignition, to the way the internal combustion engine works, to atomizer technology and sonic vaporization, you can treat that water from the tank all the way around until right before the injection, where you send that water in a super, super fine mist, the smallest amount you can imagine, has enough power to literally push that piston down. So when you got your cylinder up to 300 degrees Fahrenheit, the water's already pre-treated. And when you inject that into that 300-degree cylinder, it's not going to be enough temperature difference to cause any kind of fracture of the cylinder because it's on something cold or on something hot. What ends up happening is as soon as that water hits that 300-degree cylinder, it instantaneously flashes to superheated steam, expanding 1,600 times its volume, slamming that piston down. And then on the upstroke of the piston, from the compression and the temperature inside that cylinder, you will crack the rest of that water molecule and separate the hydrogen and oxygen. It takes 3 things to start a fire. It takes an ignition source, it takes a fuel source, and it takes oxygen. All 3 water have. So the moment that water separates, it does not like to be separated. It will actually release an electrical charge. When that happens, you'll get an explosion from the oxygen. You'll get an implosion from the hydrogen, slamming that piston down again. Then on the upstroke, on the exhaust stroke, whenever that exhaust goes out the pipe and hits a temperature difference in a condenser, it will literally recombine. You will actually get a second electrical charge. You're not destroying the water. You're not burning the water. You're not doing anything to it, but you really, with the release of that energy that comes from that separation of that water molecule. See, if I've lost you, if you got, everyone's got a microwave oven. They understand how the microwave oven works. Whenever you send that super short, fast wave into your microwave oven, water is a dipole molecule, which is like a magnet. It has a north side, it has a south side. And so as that wave is coming through there, it's rocking that water molecule so rapidly that it's producing friction, which in turn produces heat and cooks your food from the inside out. So with that said, ramping that frequency up to a higher frequency, essentially a radio wave, you can literally rock the water molecule apart and instantly instantaneously ignite it. There's actually been people who do it with salt water, turn the seawater into fuel. If you go out there on
Okay.
YouTube, you can
So,
actually find
tell me something.
videos.
Tell me something.
Hold on,
Have
Shaz.
you actually
Hold on.
built a prototype of this?
No, I don't have the milling machines or what I could build. I could build a basically a junky prototype. But in order to do things properly, you need a lot of precision. You don't want things rattling around. You don't want all this. So what I've been trying to do forever and a day, because I will explain to anyone in graphic detail. I will even sign away every single bit of rights to anything. All I ask out of that one deal is to have one prototype out of it so that I can tell everybody I told them so. Literally, I will explain to them in graphic detail exactly what needs to occur in this engine. Because, like I said, water is the most abundant molecule on the earth. It's the most stable molecule. It is the perfect fuel if you understand how to use it. So when you were talking about how that airplane would actually fly, you would need the only reason why you would need fuel to begin with is to get that operating temperature up. But you could literally take the fuel completely out of there using induction heating. If for those of you that don't know what induction heating is, that's a coil, and you put any piece of metal in between there. When you energize the circuit, it will produce a magnetic field. The strongest portion of that magnetic field is in the center of that magnetic field. And so it will produce a massive amount of eddy currents in there. Stainless steel seems to be the best as far as it will get hot instantaneously. So if you wanted to get those engines up to operating temperature so that whenever you're sucking the hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen in through that engine and then compressing it, that compression is actually what causes the heat. So once you get it up to operating temperature,
Can I
get it
ask two
fired up,
questions?
the
I
rest
don't
of
know
the
anything,
work's
but
done for you.
Shaz, hold up. We're gonna let
atmosphere
let
is
Steve answer.
70% nitrogen, right? Where does the nitrogen is implosive, not explosive, right? Am I correct?
Hydrogen is implosive.
Nitrogen, not
nitrogen. Yeah, hydrogen is implosive. Oxygen is explosive.
Sorry, not hydrogen, nitrogen. Nitrogen. 70% of the atmosphere is nitrogen. That's implosive, not explosive. Is that correct?
Yeah. But
So
the way that nitrogen, a lot of people don't realize that
because if you're
nitrogen
flying through
actually
the air
helps
and
your
it's 70%
engine run.
nitrogen, and that's implosive, wouldn't that work in this engine?
Yeah.
How?
You could even, if you want to talk about fossil fuel, you could even burn CO2. And if you understood how an internal combustion engine works, when you're running gasoline through the car, our engines are so inefficient, it's ridiculous, because you've got maybe 30% efficiency maximum. The rest of that goes out the exhaust pipe. And that's why you have a catalytic converter on your car, because it's a reburner of some of that wasted fuel that sends some of that gas back in and reburns it. But if you can visualize this, when that piston's going up and down, the harder you push on that gas pedal, the faster that piston is going up and down. And so what happens is you shorten the time that you have for a complete burn. And so by all rights, you should be using less fuel the faster you go. If you understood how to literally change the injection portion of there, you could get one of these average cars out there to not have any emissions, even burning what they like to classify as fossil fuel, which is a flat out lie. There's no such thing as fossil fuel.
When you say this is what interests me, because you said that liquid oxygen, water, right? It is compressible because we all had a garden hose where you spray it on through liquid water is compressible. The fire hose and the fire hydrant,
it's
right?
Not,
What's the difference between liquid, gaseous, oxygen, water?
You can pressurize it, but you can actually use water for hydraulic fluid. The only reason why they don't use water for hydraulic fluid is because during the wintertime it would freeze up and crack the pipe when it expands. And B is because it would oxidize the metal and cause it to rust from inside out. However, you could literally use types of plastic that would be a sleeve inside there that were watertight, and you would have a same thing, a hydraulic cylinder that would not ever rot. This is
Right.
the thing that really gets me. We
So
make
what
our
kind of metal
things
would you use?
fail.
If you were actually using compressed water in the air, what kind of metal would you use that wouldn't do that? What would you use? Titanium, or what would you use?
I would use stainless steel. It would be the least that would rust. And if you understood how oxidization ever even occurred, then you wouldn't have to worry about it rusting.
Why?
Look,
Why?
I know I ain't got a lot of time to sit here and explain this to you because you probably got other callers. But if you're interested in what I'm trying to say, I will tell this to anyone. You go call me up on Skype anytime. It's the same username, Shaziz. Call me up on Skype anytime. Just sit down and have a
Can
conversation
I
with
ask
me.
you to
One of the
please
reasons.
subscribe to Space Busters YouTube channel and go look at a series called Nobody Owns the Air? Can I ask you that? We'd love to talk to you. Very much would love to talk to you.
Well, like I said, I'm really easy to find. If you Google up Shaziz, you'll find my website, my radio show, my Skype, everything, and I will answer any call. If anybody wants me to come talk to them, I will explain to you in graphic detail because I'm begging somebody to take this information, go to a machine shop. I would guarantee you that within 30 days, if you had the right team, you would have a working prototype in your hand that was an engine that would run on pure distilled water using all of what we've got right now that does not defy any of the known laws of
What's
physics.
the difference of that and hydrolysis? What's the difference between hydrolysis, where they're going to run on hydrogen out of it? What do you mean?
You mean electrolysis?
Yeah. Hydrolysis, electrolysis. Yeah. What do you mean?
Electrolysis takes too much amperage. It takes too much current, and so you generate a lot of heat doing that. And here's the thing about everything has a thermal breakdown point. You don't want any parts to fail, then you find the weakest thermal breakdown point, and you keep your temperature down in that range, and nothing will ever fail. You could actually design this engine to not have to ever change the oil, because reason why you change oil right now is for two things. There's two reasons why you change the oil in your car. One is every engine out there runs anywhere from 160 to 220 degrees Fahrenheit. All right. Well, you're essentially sitting there cooking that oil. And so that makes it dark. The second is the way that they designed the split ring system in the internal combustion engine and the diesel, both diesel and gas, it doesn't matter, is that split ring system, it will allow carbon blow by, and that carbon blow by goes down into your oil, and it literally begins to act like sandpaper on your mechanical parts. But if you design that same ring system so that there is no split in between, or what you can do with materials that we have right now, we've got Kevlar, which is it'll hold up to a lot. And if you understand the temperature, the thermal breakdown point of any material, you can design your ring system to not allow carbon blow by, still give you the seal that you need for the compression, and then you would never even have to have an oil filter on that engine. And here's another thing.
Okay, well,
you realize how
Shaziz,
much oil is wasted?
this is kind of going a little bit beyond the purview of the show here on this, but we'll put out your information of SHAZIZZ for those of you in the chat that would like to contact Shaziz about this. But and thank you for the information. But for now, I think it's just going a little bit beyond where we're trying to cover today. But thank you so much for the call.
One last thing I want to say to you before you take off.
Go.
Are you still there?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
One last thing, really important. What you guys are dealing with on the flat Earth, I'm dealing with on the free energy. I feel like we're all compartmentalized to where whenever you think you're getting out to a lot of people, you are actually getting out to more than you think you are. But I honestly feel that we're being deliberately kept apart because of the information that I'm trying to show. It's a game changer. If you get that out there on the market, you could get yourself shot for trying to get this stuff out there. You understand what I'm trying to say here?
Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
All right. Well, thanks. And we have your Skype so people can reach out to you. I'm sure Steve will want to
We'll
talk to
be
you.
in touch. We're going to be in touch. Absolutely.
Appreciate you. Thanks.
Thanks for having a conversation with me.
Appreciate it. All right. That was Shaziz. Again, you can reach out to him on Skype, or he said search him on Google and you can find his website. Jessica, we're going to try you one more time and see if this works. Let's see. Go ahead and unmute yourself. All right. Are you there? Jessica, it didn't work. I don't know what's wrong with your microphone or your audio settings. So sorry, because you've been on hold for a long time, but I don't know how to help you further. Sorry about that. All right, we got one last call, and then we are through them all. Thank you guys for definitely participating. Radio Guy, which also sounds familiar. Were you already on today as well?
No, I haven't been. Hi,
Okay.
Jaron and Bob, and hi to the panel.
Wow,
I'm
your
from
voice
Germany,
sounds...
long-time listener.
Your voice sounds
First-time
great.
caller.
Is that why you call yourself Radio Guy? You sound like a radio voice.
Yeah, I used to work at the radio like a promoter and, yeah, like calling out the tracks and all that.
Right, yeah, sounds like it. All right, you have a good mic.
So at the moment, I work as a producer of jingles and commercials at the national radio station in Germany. And last year we presented a huge EDM rave party. And get this, it was called World Club Dome Space Edition, with all these big clown DJs like David Guetta. And the promoter of the party is obviously pushing the fake space agenda. And our radio station had to promote the event. So I had to produce the commercial for that event. And I had to work with the footage of Alexander Gerst, the German astronaut who sent a video clip from the fake ISS to promote that event.
Ooh,
so I
yeah,
found
the guy
myself
with
in a
the
personal
ISS.
conflict. What are you saying, Eero?
No, the guy with the Eye of Horus in the left arm.
Exactly this guy. So I found myself in a personal, let's say, conflict at work. I was thinking of refusing this production, and I even questioned if I should take some weeks off from work so I don't have to be part of spreading the fake space agenda by producing the actual commercial. So my question is, do you guys think that there are a lot of employees who get into personal conflicts at work knowing that what they are promoting or working on is just false or fake?
Well, and I just want to ask you, so you went ahead and did it, right? I mean, you produced all the, So,
yes,
well, you're
absolutely right.
You're evidence that it happens for sure. And how many more people are like that? A ton.
Yes.
Wouldn't you guys think?
I would really like to know how other employees deal with it.
Well, I mean, like for instance, if somebody reached out to you and needed some 3D graphics done, and they were from, you've done space-related stuff before, right? You've created the Earth in a 3D model, and you've done that.
Yes, the thing that I changed in the last 4 years is that, for example, I create a TV brand for the news TV show, and instead of use the globe, I use the Gleason map, and the client accepted. So the thing that I lead now or trying to do is just to present an alternative graphic solutions that have more symbology on the flat Earth, or maybe against the New World Order. But if the client doesn't accept, or the client came with a purpose for a advertising agency or something like that, I need to respect 100%. At least I'm gonna try to make more money.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of Easter eggs hidden, right?
The money to pay my psychologist.
The other thing is we've seen a lot of Easter eggs in movies and videos and TV shows, and I think a lot of that comes from the people who put the show together, who know that they're in conflict with what's being put out, so they try and hide little bits and pieces. I think a lot of the errors that we see in a lot of the NASA footage and the pictures from the moon were purposefully kind of led some clues because they couldn't come out and say the truth, but they said, well, we'll hide this and hopefully somebody finds it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, one of my friends in Hollywood, this guy who's a patron of mine, Tad Day, he has placed in an Al Pacino movie 9/11 behind him on purpose to make sure it goes on the screen as a kind of Easter egg. But because he's a flat earther.
Yeah, man. Gleason maps on the background walls.
Gleason maps in classrooms on the walls and in the hallways of schools. We've seen these things. So, but there's probably so many more people that can't do that or are afraid to do that because obviously if it ever came back, hey, who put this there? Oh, it was me, and then they'd be questioned. But I think it happens so much more than we know. And an example of that just is, and this is something totally off subject, but I mean, all the teachers who don't believe in evolution but who have to teach it because they have no choice. I mean, they're told this is the curriculum. You don't have a choice to say, well, I'm going to be a science teacher and I'm not going to teach evolution. Well, then you're not going to be a teacher. So there's a lot of people out there that have come forward and said, yeah, I don't believe it, but I have to teach it. It's kind of the same idea.
And especially in this day and age, Radio Guy, like you're in the day and age, if you have a job during this corona bullshit, you're lucky because there's so many people who
Absolutely.
just aren't going to have a job.
That's
so
true.
if you need to do a project and you have to play along to it, well, your alternative is your family starves. So fuck that, man. Just do it.
Yeah, I mean that was actually the idea, to get some money out of it, and I had to do it because of just the money, in a way.
Well, yeah, that's the way. I mean, it's like I said, and I hate to keep admitting this, but it's like if I was still a drugstore manager, even no matter what my beliefs were, if that was my income and I was making $90,000 a year, even if I had different beliefs on Corona, I would be a store manager. I would be the one telling people to put masks on. I would be forcing my employees to do it. And people, I mean, you couldn't just stand up and say, well, I don't believe in this. I think the Corona's a hoax, so I'm not going to do it. Well, then guess what? Your $90,000 a year job is gone. And it wasn't like, and even if I built up my whole career in that department, right, or in that industry, well, it's not like I could just turn around and go to Walgreens or go to, some other store, Dwayne Reed or Rite Aid, and say, let me become a store manager here, because guess what? They're going to have the same requirements. All right,
Same
well,
thing.
come on in. Now you have to tell your employees and your customers to wear a mask. And if I said, well, I don't personally believe in that, well, I would have been out of my ass. So I understand, and guess what? I didn't I didn't go to college to become a store manager of a drugstore. I barely worked a few years as a cart boy, then a cashier, and moved up to department manager. So when you think of all these people that have worked years or gone to college, I get it. I understand where they can't. So that's why I'm somebody who tries to go to these stores right now with the mask issue, and I don't really push it. My wife and I walk in. If somebody tries to hand us a mask, thanks a lot, I appreciate that, and I just walk in. But I'm not the kind of confrontation person that goes up to them and says, makes a big deal. Why? It's because I put myself in that person's shoes, and I have to understand that even if that person has the same beliefs as me, they still have that job to do. And who am I to say, they're not a bad person. If I was a guy who was telling everybody to wear masks and put masks on to my employees and telling my customers, I'm still a good person. But I'm in a position, and that's what the world is. The world puts everybody in those positions to where they don't have a choice. I don't like it. I don't agree with it. And that's why I find myself so lucky that I can do this, and I don't have to put my morals aside, or I don't have to do something I don't believe in. The great thing about doing this is I can do what I believe in. How lucky is that?
Well, one thing I would say, Radio Guy, also is that by doing this job, you got to look into how things work from a waking perspective as well, which is, you saw this production, how it works, how it affects people. That's a lot of information. It's something I would, if I ever talk to you, for instance, that would be something I'd be very interested in knowing, what were the reactions, how the production worked, how it all came about, and so on, because that's one of the things if we analyze, we also help to wake people up. It's part of the process of indoctrination. So you're an insider to that. So that's valuable.
Yeah, in a way. And the first thing I did when I got that footage from Alexander Gerst, the astronaut, I was like, I have to look exactly at the frames, what's happening there, and you can totally see some fakery going on there. So if you guys want that video, I can send it to you.
Send it, yeah. At some point. You also have to remember this. You're in when you're looking at, you got to watch out when you're listening to these truther programs like you're listening to right now, right? People are a little bit selfish, and that's not a bad thing. You've been taught through religion and society, you're probably Swedish or whatever, they're telling you like, you're bad for being selfish. Bullshit. People are, but there will come a point that you'll understand where you'll say, yeah, I need the money. I got a family and a wife and kids. But there will come a point where you can't physically do it, and you'll say, I made this decision, not them. You've asked me to do something I just can't cross the line, and it's not because they told you. You said, this is where I draw the fucking line. This is it.
And I was close to the point of dropping the whole job.
Right.
To be honest with you guys.
So they got close. They got close to your line, right? But it's your line, right? Not their line. It's your line.
And that's why I wish you could, have a little time machine where I could really test myself to see if this all came up and I was a store manager and I had 90 employees at a drugstore, would I stand up for what I truly believe in? It's one of those questions you'll never be able to answer, because the only reason I was ever able to find the truth and be able to start researching this stuff and see through the veil was because I got out of that job. So
how'd you do in 9/11?
You can
when that happened.
9/11, yeah. 9/11 was all about sales, right? Get a bunch of flags, get duct tape, get bags, put them up on. It was all about getting sales, and so I just was involved in the whole thing. when I saw the truth of 9/11 was after I was out of the job. So,
Jaron, I think if it came down to that choice and you having to support Missa and your brand new baby, you would probably cuck to the system, and nobody would blame you.
Yeah, again, it's just one of those things that you can't.
You should
you
know
would
they're
never know.
trying to blame you, even if you're listening to these truth channels. You should never feel bad about yourself if you make a decision to support yourself and your family against what is right or what you think is right. They're making you feel bad about that. Don't feel bad about that. All of us support our family instead of say this. Wouldn't you guys agree with that? You would.
Absolutely. I don't even have to think about it. If it's a choice between that and watching my family starve and having a roof over their head, there is no doubt in my mind what I would do.
Yeah, but the only thing
and
is
I would
when
hope to God most people would make that same decision just for the good of their own family.
Well, and then
they do.
And then you have to step back and look at the way the world is, and you realize it's set up that way on purpose. This is why money is so important. This is why you need to put a roof over your heads, and why food is so important, because they're able to put everybody in that predicament, which is what's more important.
Unfortunate.
It's unfortunate, but it is, and you can step back and then you see it, and that's why, I really count my blessings for what I'm able to do right now, which is, able to speak my mind and not have that hanging over my head.
Yeah, but you liberated yourself to do that, and that's another thing we have to teach our listeners, is to say what we're doing, we're no different than you were. We just took the fucking leap off the cliff to do it.
Well,
and the only reason probably we did it is we were in, more of a position to do it than you might be.
Well, and that's why
it's not like we haven't lost a lot either.
No,
I mean,
absolutely.
all of us have.
All of us. and I lost my house. I owned a house. I lost it. And so that's why I always talk about supporting the channels you enjoy, or at the end of every show, I give all the patron addresses, is because I hope people understand that to you, it may only be $5, and it may not seem like it helps us, but it does when numerous people all do that. So look at your predicament right now, and where you may not be able to speak out, or somebody like Radio Guy who's not able to do it. But what he is able to do is contribute, say, $100 a month. And I don't mean to me, but I mean spreading that out to $5 to the 20 different people that he enjoys the most. And if everybody does that, then the people that do this, that do get on YouTube or get on DLive and voice these things, can make money doing so. Because if you don't, then eventually we'll all have to go back. I mean, if Eero loses all of his support options, he's going to have to go back to doing the very thing that he despises, which is creating 3D graphics for news and putting globes and things. I mean, that's just the way it's going to go. If things don't work out for me, I'll eventually have to go back and do what? I'll have to apply at CVS. I'll have to apply something I dread and would never even fathom doing. But if this doesn't work out, what else are my options? And then you have somebody going back into the system, having to do the things that they hate when they were doing things that they love and waking up the world, hopefully. And it's the way it works for all of us. So.
Yes, and in fact, it's going to be a little more difficult than just get back to the regular things, because you have been so many times, using your freedom and trying to help other people, bring other information, and then get back and reconnect to the matrix.
Well, that's another thing, right? Like if I
that's going to be a really difficult in terms of our psychologies.
Well, not just psychology, but imagine if this all goes south, and then I try and go get a job at Rite Aid or Walgreens. What's the first thing they do now? They search your name on the internet. Well, you think when they search my name, they're going to find good, happy feelings?
That's true, man.
You think they're going to be like, oh, this is the perfect guy we want as a store manager of the store? No, they're going to be like, this guy's been spouting conspiracy
damaged
theories for 5
goods,
years.
man.
Right.
But there have been flat earthers helping flat earthers get jobs, right? People who are pro, there is that help, that kind of network happening, right? People helping each other out as well.
Well, it's a very important thing, and it's
we don't have
go ahead.
Rich flat earthers to help everybody. No, of course, I understand what you said, Rodrigo.
Don't be an extremist. Even though your mind is extreme, which it should be, your actions don't have to be extreme, because they hurt people around you. Your mind hasn't hurt anyone but nothing, but your actions do hurt people. So whatever you believe in, just look around you logically and don't act extremist unless you can, like we're all doing. The only reason you hear us on the radio and not you is because we can do this without consequences.
Agreed.
Well, relatively speaking.
There
Exactly.
are consequences, but we can still live with them, right? That's
right.
And we've
there are
taken
consequences, but we're not going to die. We're not going to starve to death over them.
No, but we've taken the steps. I mean, for me, like I said, I used to make 90,000 over, close to 100,000 when you got through the bonus, and I realized that I'll never make that kind of money again, and I don't have the intent to do so. Now I've learned to live a very simple life where you can get by on 30,000 a year, and I'm happy doing that because I get to do what I love and I get to speak truth, and so some of us are very happy in that, and we don't want the glory or the fame or that other people might want, and you'll never get it doing this. They're never going to let me all of a sudden have some TV show on ABC on Friday nights. I'm not going to take over for Jimmy Fallon. It's not going to happen. Thank you, Haska's son says, now I want to give another $5. Radio Guy, any final words before we let you go? Thank you for being the final caller with the best mic and best voice on the show.
No, thank you. That's it. Great talking to you guys. Thanks for having me on the show.
All right. Appreciate it. And if you want to send me that footage, jeranism at Yahoo. I'm sure Iru would like to see it too. Irulanducci at Gmail.
I got you.
All right, thank you so much. And DJ Braille NTP says thank you guys. Is that Nur Para?
Where do you live? Where do you live, Radio Guy?
Radio
in
Guy,
German?
I live in Frankfurt.
Frankfurt. Gonna be near maybe 3 hours. So.
Great, Iru.
Maybe if I gonna be there,
I'm gonna drop my email address at some point,
because I have Argentinian friends in Wiesbaden, which is
right,
quite near, right?
It's very near, 20 minutes away from Frankfurt.
Exactly. So maybe we can,
if you
have some time to take a coffee.
Awesome. Radio Guy, if you drop your email address in the chat for StreamYard,
yes,
only the guys on the call will see it. So if you just want to give it to Iru and myself and some other people, you can just drop it in that chat.
Yeah, on StreamYard. That's what I do.
Okay, yeah.
Perfect.
Drop the email there. All right, thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks for having me again.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So, Bob, what did you think of the call system? Pretty good, huh?
That's freaking awesome. I really liked it. It worked out fabulous.
Thank you.
Iru, thanks you for that. He's taking,
good job, Iru.
Yeah, man.
The one thing I do think is different, Bob, about this being, because like I said, for this month, I did purchase the $20 a month package, is I think when you purchase it, you have 10 people that can come in. So that's why there was 10 people down here at the bottom.
Yes.
I think if it's free, it's only 6, right, Iru?
Only 6, yes, because I did it yesterday with no payment and only 6.
So it's
but
6
you just and I really and in fact, when I did this on live, I'm start realize how demonic all these systems are, because if you want to drop a person away, you need to kick in the ass, kick from the studio. So that's crazy, man. I mean, so you need to kick persons out and new ones came in.
Yeah, it is pretty demonic. But it's, pretty good system, and I like that it works just like a call board, basically, with people. And I think for next Thursday's show, when I do the show with Alex Stein, I think what I'm going to try and do, since Alex Stein and I are on camera, when we take calls, we're going to add people who wish to actually be on video. So then there'll be numerous of us on video. We're going to try it, see how it goes. Everybody on Skype, I'm going to give you this email address here for Radio Guy. I will drop it into the Skype chat so you guys have it. And there you go. All right, let's go around and see what anybody's final words are, if they've got anything coming up that they need to let go. Anybody have any comments about any of the calls? Start there.
No, I think we had a great panel.
Mm-hmm.
I do. Can I go first?
You may go first and last if you like.
Okay, guys. Yeah, sorry, I had a few beers tonight too. But first of all, my first comment is, Jaron, no offense to you, Bob, but Jaron, you're an absolutely great host for Globebusters. So I think you're an awesome host, and Bob is an amazing host too.
Don't
you
say
guys
that.
ask prominent questions, and I'm just so impressed. You guys are unbelievable radio hosts.
Yeah, right. I say I'm decent at Friday Lounge and decent on Monday Night Raw, but Bob is the king of Globebusters, and I need him back soon. Bob, as soon as possible. Okay.
Yeah, but you're both amazing. But you did you just did an amazing job, man. So I'm just kidding. I know you're like me. You probably don't like compliments, but I'm just telling you, Jaron, you're a very great host.
He really is, Steve. I totally agree. And he and I started Globebusters together. Long time ago, and he's just as much the host of Globebusters as I am. So
Well, for
There you
people
have it.
for people who don't know, I tried to actually do away with Globebusters. I basically called Bob one day and said it's just too much for me. I'd rather just stick to my channel and doing my show. And it was Bob who said, "Would you pass it off to me? I would love to do it. I'd like to take it in a scientific direction," which was a little bit, a lot of the science stuff, some of the science stuff, like that guy talking about the engines today. It was like going way over my head. I have to admit that. But I'm sure Bob and Steve were following along a lot closer than I was at that time.
I really wasn't with interest. And then that's my last 2 points is, first of all, I grew up in Chicago on talk radio. I've heard a lot of callers calling in saying some really dumb shit over radio. This is the best call-in I've ever heard. So whatever you're doing, do more of this. These were the smartest callers I've ever heard on a radio show.
Yeah,
in my life.
Really great calls. I agree. A lot of good things said and a lot of good points brought up, and we had a lot of good talk about home bursts today, and even Friday's show we had a lot of good calls. Wouldn't you say, Rodrigo? It was good, huh?
Oh yeah. It was really nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
We have a great audience.
And then my last thing I'd like to say, I'm going to talk to the audience if there is anyone listening still. I know we're getting late in this. I'm going to tell a private story for Ross and I, because we have a little tiny channel. We're just a little obscure channel called Space Busters. We listen to you guys, Jared and Bob, and we met Rodrigo and Niru later, but we've been listening to you guys long before we got in the game. And we had this little tiny ass channel with 2,000 people. And we started making videos not to impress you guys or anything. We were listening to all you guys and UAP and Martin Leidke and, people we think are heroes for us. And then we said, well, what aren't they saying? We didn't try to impress you. We said, what aren't these people saying? So we didn't make our channel to try to get into this game, because there is a cult of personality. And like you guys know, you're kind of famous too as well. And we're getting a little bit of that, not what you have. But then Bob found us, and you guys invited us on, and we were scared shitless to come on your show the first time. We were like, holy shit, man, we're on Globebusters. For us, we had like 2,500 subscribers at the time, and we only have, I don't know, 17 or 18 now, but we were scared shitless, and we're like, shit, man, we're on fucking Globebusters, and guests too, we're like, oh my God. And what I'm saying to the people listening, your callers had so much good things to say. And I'm talking to all you callers and all you listeners, even if you didn't call. What you have to say is important, and the way you say it is very important. And you don't say it to make money. You don't say it to do this and that. You say it because you have an opinion that is unique to something we don't have.
Right.
And if you do what we did, suddenly, all of a sudden, we're on Globebusters. And we got subscribers. We have been heroes of ours for years, and you guys are heroes of ours for years. We're saying like, oh my God, we're not cult of personalities. You are. We're you, Jaron, Iru, Rodrigo, Bob. You are not cult of personalities. You are people speaking your truth. And you listening, you're like, I've been waiting to get through this phone call. Don't wait to get through to our phone call. Make your YouTube channel. It costs nothing. It's easy. iMovies, whatever you use, whatever you do, whatever way you present your information, you are as important as we are. We are no more important than you. And the calls today prove that. I learned more today from the calls. I had more questions for the callers than I had answers. Thank God they didn't call for me. So if you're listening, if you're listening to this out there, please. I remember Bob said, we brought Dr. Andrew Kaufman, who's, if you know him in the virus bullshit, he contacted me and said, are you Steve from Space Busters? And like, yeah, I feel like I know who you are. I've been making movies about you for, and he said like, yeah, would you like to make a movie with me? And we did. We made a movie. And I said, would you like to come on the Globebusters with us? And my friend Amanda, who I've known for years. And Bob said afterward, he said, Steve, I'm scared shitless interviewing Dr. Andrew Kaufman. And I called him. Right, Bob? You remember that?
It's true. It's true. I was intimidated as hell. I didn't know what to say to him.
Yeah, right. But to me, I'm like, Andy, I'm like, Andy, you want to field this question? To me, he's my friend because I've Skyped him. You are good. If you speak your truth, people out there listening to this, if anyone's listening to this right now, you don't know what's going to happen. Your life is going to take off in ways that is way better than you trying to beat your head against the concrete, trying to talk brainwashed globies and all that. Fuck them. Speak your truth. We will find you. You will have a much more fulfilling life than you ever would imagine as Amanda Wright and Andrew, I can't say this, but he might be a flat earther. But anyway, speak your truth and find a creative way to speak it, and don't say what you think we want you to hear. Say what you think we're not saying. That's my point. Whatever you think we're not saying, you say it. Whether you think you're right or wrong, I don't care if you're right or wrong or whatever. Just say that. Say, I don't know. This is my... And you will have doors open up that you just will never believe in your life. And you guys have been our door. You know, we're nobody. Space Busters is nothing without Globebusters. Nothing. That's what I have to say. I love all you guys. Yeah,
it's great. And I totally agree with everything you're saying. I love having the ability to, put a link on the screen, and you guys that are on Skype saw it, where just by putting that link up, all of a sudden, here comes 10, 15, 20 people ready to get on and talk with us very easily, to the point where I had to remove the link because too many people were coming. So, I mean, that's just an amazing thing, and it's something that we wouldn't have been able to do, a year ago, or when we first started a year into it 4 years ago, because we wouldn't have got enough people. So you guys make the channel, everybody who watches, being able to put up a link and have 10, 15 people. Iru, when you put up your link, did you get a lot of people joining you as well? Was it pretty nice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's pretty awesome.
And I think, people called into this radio show. They're like, I've been waiting to talk. And you're like, man, why? Why are you waiting to get into this talk show? You should have a YouTube channel with 1,000 subscribers, 500, 20. I don't give a shit. If we think you're awesome, we will promote you like Bob did to us. We're just a little loser ass channel, and we still are. But we're a decent occult sized loser ass channel. You guys made us, not why? Because we made good stuff, right? And,
exactly.
It's like, don't wait to call into this show and speak your mind. Speak your mind. You got a computer in front of you that can do unbelievable shit, but you have to be creative yourself. You cannot be like the people you're fighting against, who are absolutely unoriginal, uncreative. If you're Chuck Schumer, fuck you. Take the vaccine and die. No, it's true, isn't it? You know what I mean?
Chuck, don't do it. Chuck, don't take the vaccine. Don't take it.
The people we talk to and associate with, and the people who call in, these are not Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi. These are people with a consciousness way, way above anything that shit you're seeing on TV is. Way above.
So true.
And we're out here, people. So if you're listening to this, we're out here and we're looking for you to speak up. We don't need you on our side. We need to be on your side. So if you're listening, speak up.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Thank you
Amen.
for everybody in the chat. Nicholas Brown says, amazing show, panel, and callers. Thank you, guys. Matt Cornelius says, I'm laser engraving stones as we speak with various texts, every flat earth text imaginable. That's awesome. Laser, put those out. Let people stumble upon them. This is the kind of thing we talk about. Any possible way that you can get the word out. We've talked about it before, printing little business cards and dropping them at banks and, ATMs or, whatever you can do. Because those are things, it doesn't matter what your job is, where you can get away with doing that. No one's going to, get rid of your position. Radio guy, he could drop texts out there, drop little business cards everywhere, and nobody would ever even know it's him. So do what you can. All right, Dan Morris, I missed yours earlier. He says, the fact that the burning Hindenburg image was the cover of Led Zeppelin's first album is a dead giveaway. They have been using popular media to drive agenda a long time. Absolutely. All right, so fun show. And again, please support all the guys on the show. We give out all the patron addresses, /Globebusters, /Jeranism for me, /Anthropology, /Karen B, /Nur para Todos. I don't know if you guys, Steve, do you have a Patreon
I love your
yet?
pronunciation.
Yeah, we do, but I don't know it. Ross does that, so I don't know. Space Busters on YouTube. Just find us there.
Yeah, there you go. And support everybody the best you can. And if you can't, share the show. That's definitely a way of supporting us. Put it out there far and wide. We do the best we can. All right, let's see here. Who do we want to go first? Karen B, what do you have coming up? Anything you need to let people know about?
I do. Actually, right after this at 8:15, we're going to be having episode 6 of Bitches Brew on my channel, and that is a traveling flat earth women show. So Cammie, Bob's wife, will be there with us tonight, and Rose77, Beth Martins, and the Truth Seeker 69. and maybe some others. I don't know, but that's later this evening. And also Tuesday, Strange World with Mark Sargent, and Thursdays, Brian Staveley and I do Unveiling This Realm.
Sounds kind of sexist, but I'll tune in. I'll check it out. No, just kidding. Love the Bitches Brew. All right, great. Everybody should tune into that. 8:15 Eastern. That's 5:15, about 45 minutes on the Pacific side. All right, Steve, anything coming up for you guys? You mentioned your upcoming videos, and I can't wait to check out the Blimp one as well. Stevie. Or maybe he left.
Oh, Steve.
That's right. Bob, what's coming up for you and yours? I hope you guys are enjoying the little rental place and the way you describe
Sorry,
it.
you didn't hear me. I was. Yeah, sorry.
No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, Space Buster. Sorry, our last video was Blimps in the Belfry, 11 minutes, and we're gonna come out with how the ancients had free energy with nothing to do with Tesla coils.
That's awesome. And Blimps in the Belfry was an incredible video, guys. I highly recommend you watch it. It's really good.
Is the link here? Do you have a link?
It's their latest video on Spacebuster's channel, so it's pretty easy to find. Really good.
All right, great.
So,
Thanks for joining us, by the way, Steve. You're welcome anytime, obviously.
Oh, thanks for having me. It was like just an accident, but I'm really happy to be a guest. Thank you.
Good.
Awesome, Steve.
And
Okay.
Bob, what do you got?
As far as me, Jaron, Globebusters is coming back very soon. I'm not sure if it will be this Sunday or maybe the Sunday following that. It depends on our schedule and what we're doing here. But for now, we are in a beautiful mountain cottage in the mountains of Tryon, North Carolina. Absolutely gorgeous here, breathtaking, and we're really enjoying that. But Globebusters is very definitely on its way back. And so either look for us either next Sunday or the Sunday following to make our season 7 premiere.
I don't
Holy
know.
cow.
I'm saying
There's
season
so many.
100,
I lost count.
165, I think.
Yeah.
So, a lot of seasons.
So,
yeah.
Yep. So there you have it.
Great. Well, glad you're settled, or at least settled for now, and hopefully you find something awesome. And I'm very jealous of where you're at. Maybe eventually I'll start heading that direction as well. Iru, what do you have coming up? Anything you need to let people know of? Okay.
I'm here. I don't left the show as yesterday. No, I finished things in terms of Spanish documentary that I doing with this journalist woman from a TV channel about the yellow liquid. So I hope I can do it for the next weekend. It's gonna take it a little time because you have the voiceover, you need to find the document, the official document for the CDS, not CDS, CD, your governmental health CDC. Thing. How is the name? CDC.
CDC. Yes.
Yeah, because they are using this yellow liquid in many ways. So, well, all that kind of stuff is taking time. So I just trying to finish that documentary because I get engaged in that sense with this journalist, and I hope you have a real life impact. And the government start to approve this solution for so many diseases, or at least don't question or don't trying to stop the people that want to use it. At least that. So that is what I'm focused right now.
Ira, when you say the government's using yellow liquid, it's not urine, right?
Well, if you want, there is also that technique.
Because isn't that like a part of their thing?
You can call that with Dave. He used that technique, yes. So,
or maybe just the ISS. Okay, sorry.
Yes, no, but in this sense, it's the yellow magic liquid.
Different yellow liquid.
Different yellow liquid, yes. And please, if you can help me out, the people in the chat to reach the 1,000 subscriber in my new English channel, I really appreciate it. So I'm gonna paste the link in the chat and.
Yeah, place the link because I think in the description I just have a link to your Spanish channel and then your second audio channel.
Okay.
So
okay,
post that in the link there. And if you post it in the Skype real quick, I'll send it to my DLive people.
Yes, I pasted it.
In the Skype?
Yes.
Oh, I see it. Thank you. Beautiful. Let me pop that in the D Live. Did I miss anybody? Rodrigo, what do you got coming up?
Just doing my work, writing, finishing the Space Crack, the new one, adding the final text to it. So, yeah, be ready to talk about it if you still want to do it at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. When it's done and ready to go, let's do it like we did last time. I think it was a good way to get people the link and, or however you want to do it. I know we were going to do it a little differently this time, but we can talk about that.
Yeah.
Nope. And UAP is who you missed.
UAP, thank you very much. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you for having me as always. This is really interesting, especially when you get callers at this level. So I agree with what Steven was saying, the sentiment and everything. Yeah, it's really great that to hear people and to see that people can, doing pretty well on their own as well with the information. So it's great.
Awesome. And UAP, yeah, let people know what's coming up for you.
Oh yeah, just have in a half hour, just have a premiere on the vacuum tube, electron tube, Aladdin's lamp. It's called. So it's kind of the follow up on the vid that I did with Bob. And thanks again, Bob, for chatting with me. We had a really positive response. Also with Rodrigo, the chat that was also something there. A lot of people asking about doing it again, so we'll have to do that as well. And
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yep, and so that's it for me. Oh, Patreon is UAPCH.
Thank you.
Just in case. Yep.
Patreon.com/UAPCH. So yeah.
Yep.
So
oh yeah, and be sure to mod me. Be sure to mod me in the YouTube chat. Assuming we continue using YouTube. But...
Say something real quick, and I'll mod you right now while I'm thinking about it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I will in a little bit. I got to grab a different device here, but okay. Yeah, right. But thanks for letting me kind of barge in there, and so
no problem. That's why you guys are on the. Jeez, this is what happens. Bob, does this happen to you when you go back to the stream? See how it's like going through the chat? Like it's so weird. It puts in every chat, and if I type right now, if I say something, and then hit enter, it will go in way up there, and then disappear. I don't know if you've ever seen
it. You don't use the restream chat, Jaren, because that sends to everyone at the same time.
See how it's like catching up with the chat right now, so it's taking forever. So even if
that's what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, no, I thought because you send a link, you have to go specifically to D Live to do it.
What, to restream the chat?
No, because you're posting something in D Live, right? In this chat from D Live, straight in there.
Yeah, I went to my D Live here tab, but this doesn't do it. This just lets the chat run the whole time. Whenever I go back to the YouTube, though, it has to catch it. There's UAP. Gotcha, UAP. I'm going to mod you. Oops, wrong one. Don't move faster than I can get there. All right, UAP, you're modded. UAP is fire. I agree, Karen. Thank you for being in the chat.
And Space Busters loves UAP too. We've had several of our subs saying, you got to mention UAP. You got to mention UAP. So I said, all right, UAP. There you go.
Yeah, he's awesome. Does absolutely amazing work, so.
I'd love to come on. Like I said to you guys before, let's do a show on 10 people you want at your dinner table who are still alive.
Yeah, I like it. It's a good idea. And with StreamYard, it works pretty well too, although
you leave people out, and that's bad. 10, maybe too little.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd love to see a live stream with like 20 people. I'd like to see that attempted, but all right, everybody. Yeah, and for me, if you want to mail me anything, you can do so. P.O. Box 3044, Merced, California 95344. And as we talked about, patreon.com/jeranism. And thank you to all my patrons. Some stuff coming soon down in the woodworks, if you will, with my website, possibly being fully open to patrons, having every video I've ever done, plus every Monday Night Raw episode for all the TFR with no commercials. So there's a lot of things in the planning. I'm working with somebody who's going to be helping me get my website a little bit closer to where I want it and really rewarding patrons because right now they just do it because they're supporting me, which is awesome. But I want to give back a little bit, and that's going to be done through my website. So thank you, everybody. Raw tomorrow. Please join us, 6 p.m. Pacific. That's Dave Weiss, Jason Lindgren, Rose 777, and myself. Always a fun show. And then, again, we'll go back to Thursday with Alex Stein again, Friday Lounge, and we do it all over again. So thank you, everybody. I think that's it. Anybody, any final words?
Peace.
All right. Peace out, everybody. Till next time, I remind you, do your own research, because when you do, you'll never again believe all the bullshit you've been taught. Till tomorrow for Raw. Peace out, everyone.
Peace. Peace.
All right. Thanks, Sharon.
Ciao.